they're more focused and make more sense because you're somewhat consciously present.
Right.
You know, the dreams at night, your brain's just like, I'm throwing crap against the wall, try to make sense of this, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with the deer and we're painting Picasso or something. But daydreaming typically is in line with something that's of interest to you.
Yeah, or something you're thinking about
Right.
and then just wander off on.
Either that or your brain's just bored and it's like, we'll watch a movie.
Like I'll daydream in meetings. No offense to anyone who has a meeting.
Sure.
But just like, I am tuning out.
Well, about 80% of what's talked about in meetings does not pertain to a single doggone thing that we're doing.
Also, we need to start back to getting to working on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got a show coming up.
We just
Right.
expedite this a little bit?
I know y'all want to go get to lunch, but I got a show.
I know you're going to a party later.
Right.
But, I mean,
We have stuff to do.
I got like 900 spots that I got to cut for all you guys. I got to write them out because you submitted them all just before this meeting here.
Right.
did you guys know that Limp Bizkit does free concerts in Italy?
Oh, really?
For the Nookie?
They do it for the Noki.
For the gnocchi. I thought they did it for the Wookiee.
Dad Joke Friday. The phrases "I'm sorry" and "I apologize" usually mean the same thing, except when you're at a funeral.
That's a good one.
What is the worst thing to do at a funeral?
Masturbate.
The corpse. I heard Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson split up,
Oh, yeah?
so that's a whap. What do you call a group of Karens? What do you call a group of Karens?
What?
An HOA.
Nice.
And finally, on Dad Joke Friday, just been told I'm getting a sweater for my birthday.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. I myself would prefer a screamer or a moaner.
Oh, gross. Oh, no.
Oh, she's a sweater, buddy.
You like Ted. Be like me having sex with Ted and his hot bees. What would you consider your adult toys now?
My fursuits.
What is it?
So,
Fursuits.
fursuits.
Are you doing the furry thing?
Yeah, the furry thing. So one of them you may have actually remembered from the parade back in St. Patrick's Day. I was the one wearing the Seahawks-looking one.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah. I do remember that. How many fursuits do you have?
I have 3. Two that I bought at least parts for, and then one that I made completely myself.
Have you ever had sex wearing that thing?
One of them has one time. But that's
One
it.
of them has.
Now, when you're having sex as a furry, is the other person also a furry?
Yes.
And do you know what this person actually looks like?
Did you do
or
a
you just
squirrel?
having fur sex?
Yeah, we knew each other for years beforehand.
And what was she dressed up as?
A dragon.
You had sex with a dragon. That's pretty cool.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon Slayer.
Like Donkey from Shrek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just got to be careful about, other things because she breathes fire. So this guy, to me, is a magician. He is a wizard because the plane kind of acts like a boomerang.
It will come back to
It
you.
will come back to you when you throw it. So if you throw it straight ahead, it would do a big old loop in the air and come around to your back. If you did it
I've
sideways,
seen those, yes.
and I mean,
But they would stand in the middle of the mall. This is indoors.
yeah, in a mall.
And they would zip this bitch like 100 feet down. So you are at a different store.
Yeah.
You see this plane go by. It would circle and land back. And like Miles says, the magician.
There's no one controlling it.
Right.
No. It's just a styrofoam plane. This guy's throwing. I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've
This
ever seen.
is so
I
neat.
had to have that thing. I remember I went back home. I was like, Mom, there's a guy because you got to remember, like, this guy's like a traveling dude.
Yeah, sure.
It's not. You can't buy this in a store. I'm
No,
like,
you have to buy it from him.
Mom, we got to go tomorrow. We got to go up and get this plane. She's
Because they'll tell you, hey, I'm only here this weekend, kids.
how much was it? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, whatever it was. And I mean, I begged her, please, I have to have this thing. You don't understand. This is the coolest toy I've ever seen in
It
my
comes
life.
back to you. Don't got to move.
And she drove
That's
my
the
ass.
only toy like that at the time. Keep that in mind.
She drove my ass up there. And I was a happy camper, man. I had
How long did you have it?
until I broke a wing.
Yeah, that
I mean,
inevitably.
that's typically what happens.
Which was how long?
Well, you got to remember when you're inside a mall, the wind is not a factor.
No.
Trees are not a factor.
Nope.
Your house is not a factor.
Give me one to make one.
Oh, yeah. We're
All right, I'm going to see
Good luck. All right.
Oh, Miles.
Make a paper airplane?
Making a paper airplane.
All right.
Let's see who can do it.
Give it a shot.
This is great radio right here. We're just going to make paper
Yeah, I don't
airplanes.
care.
Join us on YouTube at KISW Rock.
Make a paper airplane yourself, people. Come on.
That's right. Come on, man.
Okay.
That one was always rudimentary. I was one of those people that put a staple in mine to weigh it at the front like a cheater.
I
man.
thought that too. Then it just nosedives.
It did. Like, people suck from making these things, man.
Okay, I'm going to make a jet.
My mom was always really good at making them.
Yeah, my dad was good at it. My brother is good at it. They're both like engineer people, though. I am nowhere close.
Engineer people.
They are. You know?
Okay.
They got those freaking brains.
What you guys do on the show today? Made paper airplane.
Paper airplane. Kiss my ass.
I make a Concorde. I was always a Concorde kid.
Nice.
Is it because you can't make another one?
No, I can make all kinds
All
of
of
paper.
mine look like the Concorde
I
because
can-
that's the shape, right? That's all I got.
Yeah, you do the same one?
Why is yours?
Because I do a Concorde. See, you don't want the
You
draft.
got a different fold.
Yeah, I know.
I have.
I do a
You don't
Concorde.
want the draft, man.
In the can.
Ah, you were very
Oh, mine
close.
sucked.
Okay, just like a
That was
Concorde.
terrible.
Miles, this is very accurate. I remember I never did the Rockets, but the local Boy Scouts who lived in Colorado, they had basically like their rocket jamboree, if you will. So like every kid in the neighborhood's going there, and Boy Scouts are super proud because they have a big crowd out there, and all the rockets are lined up, and they're launching these things one after another. And as a kid, we're like, this is the coolest thing in the world. But one of them was of monstrous size, probably 3 feet tall, but it was the biggest one there.
Right.
But they're going to launch that one last. All right, that is the finale. So we're all waiting on this thing. But the whole thing was pretty cool. And we watched the rockets go up, and it blows its top off, and something would parachute down. So now, the big moment we're waiting for, they're going to light off this giant rocket. And as a kid, like the anticipation's killing you. Like we're just like, we cannot wait to watch this. And I want to say it's probably the Eagle Scouts doing this. I remember they're a little older, a little more serious, and we all had to back away and all this kind of thing. And they do their countdown, and they go to launch this thing, and it kind of wiggles for a second, and then nothing. And then the cone blows off the top of the parachute. But the rocket itself was still on the ground, and these kids looked so embarrassed. Because, I mean, we were all just waiting. This is the grand finale, man. The only thing that happened. Cone pops off, and we kind of watch this little figure parachute back to Earth, but the rocket's still on the ground.
The Silver Surfer, was that DC or was that...
He's Marvel.
That's Marvel. See, he's badass. All of the Spider-Man villains, in my mind, could equal the Batman villains.
Easily.
As far as what was the gremlin that rode the
Gremlin?
No, what was that
Ghost Rider?
No, the enemy of Spider-Man.
Enemy of Spider, who rode a motorcycle.
he was Green Goblin?
The
or-
Green
Goblin.
The Green Goblin.
A motorcycle.
No, like
He's got motorized like
a
flying
motorcycle.
stuff.
Right, he was like on a flying.
Oh, yeah. He did. In the comics, it was like a flying motorcycle. You're right.
Yeah, but I thought that was badass, man.
That was cool.
I'm trying to think. I guess I did watch the Batman show growing up because that was in reruns.
Of course.
So I did enjoy Batman because I watched it every single day. But I mean, he was not a cool superhero.
You just like
Adam
the
West
show.
wasn't cool?
No, he was
Not
very cool.
cool like Batman is cool now.
You got to remember, Batman.
He was cool like a drunk uncle that told you your first
that
dirty
utility belt. I mean, he could try to. It was almost like he was MacGyver. He was trying to figure out how to get out of situations, but
He
really
always had something.
He really didn't have the cool gear, and now he's got this little whiny kid following him around.
Yeah.
And he's got to get him out of crap. So
Yeah, cool gear, man. He had shark repellent when they had to get rid of sharks.
Oh, nice.
He happened to have it on him.
He always had
He
what
was
he needed.
always prepared. Whatever the situation was, all right? His belt never got bigger. You never saw him add anything, but whatever the situation was, he had it in the utility belt.
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
Hello,
away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4524. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and Mike Hawk. And you are in the men's room. I'll tell you today, your guess is as good as mine. Categories include the states that are the hottest and the 10 best Star Wars characters of all times. We will play Profile This, plus headlines, a men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted. Click, clack, drinkity John. All right, here we go to Australia, where a woman comes home to find a python chilling in her place. Yay. Meanwhile, one United pilot has a landing that he would like to erase. To Florida, where neighbors make sure that a drone flies no more. A neighborhood cat takes care of business and shows a coyote the door. And a woman almost transports 75 pounds of weed, but her luggage sucked. Yeah. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, two things are true about hospitals. They are not cheap, and they are not fun. However, they are necessary. And most of us do everything we can to avoid going to the hospital, but it doesn't always work out. A woman in Oregon, she spent 5 months in the hospital after she drank raw milk. She spent time on a ventilator, temporarily paralyzed, and lost her ability to speak. But look, she's not alone. Raw milk, apparently, 840 times more likely to hospitalize your ass than pasteurized milk. Meanwhile, in California, a hiker, he had to go to the hospital after he fell 500 feet down a mountain. And as you might imagine, he suffered many broken bones. Side note, and I have not researched this one, falling 500 feet, 840 times more likely to break your bones than not falling 500 feet. The fact that he survived is amazing, being that he had to spend a night on top of a pile of granite in sub-freezing temperatures, another 12,000 feet above the ground. Good times. Anyway, he was in fact air flighted to a hospital. Now look, sometimes you don't go to the hospital for an emergency. Sometimes it's scheduled. Like a woman in Iowa. She went in for a standard hernia surgery. Unfortunately, the surgeon accidentally perforated her bowel, and she ended up dying as a result. And yes, there is a lawsuit. How did you know? But listen, today we're talking going to the hospital. It's not always awful. Sometimes it's the birth of your child. Other times, I don't know, you had your arm ripped off by a lawnmower. We don't know. But it's not always for you. Sometimes you have to go there for somebody else. And today we're talking hospital visits. Whether you're the patient, whether you're just visiting. Today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, is why were you in the hospital and who were you there for?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
Walter Cronkite, I mean, this was the CBS Evening News. He was like the stalwart of being serious.
Sure.
Voyager 2 reached Uranus, and it was a big announcement. Mm-hmm. And as Walter Cronkite, it's finally happened. Voyager 2 has reached Uranus. And he had to look.
Because that kids could take out to go get their candy. They had all the characters on it. There was one that was like an orange pumpkin shape. There was like the neon green. There was a purple one. I remember those guys. They were awesome.
Only thing I really remember from Happy Meals, I remember they did California raisins, which was huge. I cannot explain why that mattered to me because it was stuffed raisins, but you wanted the California raisins and, oh, crap, I can't even remember the other one. Oh, it was just the McDonald's characters. Right. Like the Fry Guys, Grimace, all that kind of crap.
And look, man, when you grow up, like toys, they had such a large range of things. Even if you had coloring books and crayons. I would color all the time. I love crayons. Crayons I don't think they get the toy credit they deserve because
they're not technically toys.
It's more of art. But, man, we go to a restaurant, and I remember my grandfather always wanted to go to Shoney's Big Boy. So Big Boy has a bunch of different names across the country. Sometimes it's LB's or you name it. But we would go to Shoney's, and he loved their spaghetti and their fish and all this stuff. I would rather go to McDonald's as a kid at this point.
Yes, of course.
But Shoney's was fine. But they would bring out the dinner mat or the lunch mat. They had one for kids. and they would come out with like a little box of 4 crayons.
Yeah, and color in their picture
that you could take home,
connect the dots, all that stuff.
Tic-tac-toe, you name it. You just sat there and you played with the placemat until your food came. And I thought, you know what? If there's any place that I want to go other than McDonald's, this is the place, because I know I can sit there and do all the coloring and all the games and everything else.
And it doesn't take my kids, they went through it, and I realized when they were younger and they're waiting for the food, same thing, right? The same connect the dots and all this kind of crap. They break out the crayons, and you're right. We played a lot of tic-tac-toe.
So our question, what were your favorite toys growing up, and what would you consider your grown-up toy now? 206-803-ROCK. Aerosmith. I don't know. There was no power to them.
No. You had to be like 2 feet away from someone.
Oh, but we did the best water toy we had. We had these little rockets that were red and white. All right, the red part was clear, and it had a pump on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And you filled up to the line of water, and then you pumped this thing up and pressurized the air inside of this rocket. Then there was a button where you let it go. And that thing would fire up, like 40, 50 feet.
It was cool.
It was one of the cooler toys. I just enjoyed it in the summer. It was a good summertime toy.
I think my summertime toy, my dad would not get us that, but he would always get us, do you remember the balsa wood airplanes? Oh, yeah. Had a little red propeller, you wind it up with the rubber band. Those mofos flew pretty well, man. And looking back, I realize how pathetic these toys were, but I cannot explain how much fun and how many hours my brother and I wasted with those balsa wood planes.
So it wasn't pathetic, man. Did exactly what it was supposed to.
It's not that. When I'm saying it's pathetic, what I picture is I give this as a gift to my children. And the look they would probably give me, like, is that it? Is there more?
There were some really cool RC racing cars.
Never had one.
Most of these things were tethered. So you could get an airplane that was gas powered.
Right, but it's still on a line.
And basically you just spun around in a circle while this thing flew.
If you did it right, the most disgusted I have ever seen my father with my brother. My brother's a very good kid. He's a very good man. He's a very good adult. But coordination was not necessarily his forte. So for his birthday, I believe it was, someone got him one of those planes, right? It's on the tether, but you had to put it together. And my brother was a little too young to do that. So my father spent a couple of hours. And back then, nothing snapped on. Everything, used the glue. You had to wait for it to dry. So we're getting excited. It takes like 2 days to put this thing together. It's on the tether, and my father drags my brother up to the local school in the parking lot. It's summertime. And literally, all you have to do as a human being is spin in a circle, right? You press the button, the propeller goes, the plane's going to take off no matter what you do. And then you just kind of, you spin in a circle, you hold it, and you spin in a circle. So my dad's doing this for a little bit, and again, I don't know that there's an easier thing to control, all right? So, but my dad's having fun, so he does it for like 10 solid minutes. He lands the thing, which is a little trickier, but he manages to land it. He hands it to my brother, and my brother's ready to go. Keep in mind, my brother's the smart one. I don't know how he did this, but this whole thing lasted maybe 7 seconds. He presses the button, the propeller starts, the plane goes straight up in the air. He does not spin, and it comes straight back down on the ground. Dude, explodes. It was his maiden flight. Yeah. Seriously, it went up in the air, it smashed. My father was so goddamn angry, and he didn't want to freak out. But he was so pissed. My brother's in tears. I thought it was kind of funny just because my dad had spent days putting this thing together. And maiden flight, it was done. So we're walking home. My brother's kind of trailing behind us because my dad's pissed, but he's not mad at me. So I'm like, cool. My brother's about 10, 15 feet behind us. We walk in the door. My mother's in the kitchen. She's like, why are you guys back already? And my father lost his mind. It was just brutal.
My first airplane toy. So in the center court of the mall in my hometown, that's kind of where they would do their concerts. They had those, or any kind of if they had a card show or whatever.
Tell me you had the big styrofoam plane.
I did.
Yes.
So I walk into the mall, right, and there's this dude, and he's got a huge, and Mike, I know you probably have never seen these and don't know what it is, but it's this big-ass styrofoam plane, okay? And
It honestly had like a 5-foot wingspan. It was not
It
tiny.
was big, and you stuck the styrofoam wings into the body of it.
Okay.
And you put the tail on the back.
Is any of this ringing a bell for you, Mike?
I mean,
No.
I feel like I saw a giant styrofoam plane at one point.
Okay.
Okay.
So this guy, to me, is a magician. He is a wizard because the plane kind of acts like a boomerang.
It will come back
It
to
will,
you.
it will come back to you when you throw it. So if you throw it straight ahead, it would do a big old loop in the air and come around to your back. If you did it
I've
sideways,
seen those, yes.
and I mean,
But they would stand in the middle of the mall. It was indoors.
yeah, in a mall.
And they would zip this bitch like 100 feet down. So you were at a different store.
Yeah.
You see this plane go by, it would circle and land back. And like Miles says, the magician.
There's no one controlling it.
Right.
No. It's just a styrofoam plane. This guy's throwing. I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever
This
seen.
is so
I
neat.
had to have that thing. I remember I went back home. I was like, Mom, there's a guy because he like. You got to remember, like this guy's like a traveling dude.
Yeah, sure.
It's not. You can't buy this in a store. I'm
No,
like,
you have to buy
Mom,
it from him.
Mom, we got to go tomorrow. We got to go up and get this plane. She's
Because they'll tell you, hey, I'm only here this weekend, kids.
How much was it? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, whatever it was. And I mean, I begged her, please, I have to have this thing. You don't understand. This is the coolest toy I've ever seen in my
It comes
life.
back to you. Don't got to move.
And she drove
That's
my
the
ass.
only toy like that at the time. Keep that in
She
mind.
drove my ass up there. And I was a happy camper, man. I had
How long did you have it?
until I broke a wing.
Yeah, that
I mean,
inevitably.
that's typically what happens. you
Which
know.
was how long?
Well, you got to remember, when you're inside a mall, the wind is not a factor.
No.
Trees are not a factor.
Nope.
Your house is not a factor. You know, so it's
Just
pretty
heave that thing into the side of your house.
pretty easy to snap
you
this thing in half.
always hit cars. You always hit parked cars. You weren't trying to. It's just
Yeah.
I never had one. My buddy had one, and when he would show up, I mean, every kid in the neighborhood, you just waited for your turn. So he would get like the first 10 turns, and we understood it's his. And you would get to throw this thing, man, and it was the best feeling. You're right, I cannot explain. That plane was like, I will do anything on this planet to have one of these planes.
I go outside with my slingshot and that airplane, and just that was my fun.
Yeah.
Stupid as it sounds. What were your favorite toys growing up, and what would you consider your grown-up toy now? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Marilyn. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello?
Hello, Marilyn.
Hang on. Marilyn, are you using a Bluetooth device?
Okay.
Uh-oh, she's on a different call.
I will put it back on hold. We'll get back to
Maryland's
Marilyn.
very popular.
In the meantime, hello, Tanner. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Yeah, my favorite toy growing up was this Iron Man action figure, and I swear, bro, like I took it everywhere. Not a day went by that I didn't pick it up and play with it for like 3 hours on end.
How old are you? Because when I was growing up, Iron Man existed. He was just a comic, and nobody cared. And then when the Avengers movies came out, and Robert Downey Jr. did his thing, all of a sudden, this guy that was kind of nobody in the comic book world,
Well,
is one of the most
you
popular.
always thought he was cool.
He was cool, but he never got any real love. I don't know. He was there, but it was they went with Spider-Man was always a guy from Marvel, and Superman
Batman,
was a guy.
Superman.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm 30.
All right, so
that
you're,
time's out.
so you're in the
Time's out.
wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So now with that, will you go see any new Iron Man movie that comes out?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And my favorite adult toy now is this roboticized Iron Man helmet I bought off eBay.
You have a roboticized. Okay, so Iron Man truly had an
I could
impact.
just say, yeah, I could just like what it is. I could just say like Jarvis, close the mask, and it'll do it.
All right. Do you have the glove?
Damn.
Do I have the glove? No, I do not have the glove.
Have you been to a Comic-Con?
I have. I've been to like 5.
Okay, if you say no, I was going to say you're an idiot. Okay, that makes complete sense, man.
Well, superheroes are like your favorite band.
Oh, they are.
So when you're growing up, you pick one, and that is
then
yours.
you'll be an apologist forever.
And that's your guy. Like for whatever reason, I thought Flash was cool as hell. And DC at the time, not that Marvel wasn't the biggest, but they had the Super Friends cartoon on Saturday morning. And with Marvel, they did have a cartoon, but it was still action, if I can explain that to you. So Spider-Man, other than the intro, was stills. And then they would move the stills side to side. There was really no.
It was ghetto AF, man.
I mean, even Bugs Bunny was action. But these were not. So when it came to the Hulk, Thor, Green Lantern, all these different the Thing.
To the men's room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Hold the Patrols, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4524. What a large and in charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat with the exciting return of your guess is as good as mine. Our categories today, being that it is May the 4th, we have the ranking of the 10 best Star Wars characters of all times. Now, do you guys have a fan favorite as far as Star Wars and the character that you like the best?
Yeah, Chewbacca. That was simple.
Well, okay, let's go with a B-lister. Let's go with someone that is not
B-list.
Not necessarily a main character, but is a badass or someone who you just thought was really cool.
All right, well, in that case, like Darth Maul.
Darth Maul's number one.
Or Boba Fett, who was only on screen for like 10 freaking seconds.
Even though they were not featured a lot in the movies.
They were cool.
They were cool characters. But these are the 10 most popular that they have ranked.
Who's your favorite, Mike? If you say Jar Jar, I'm going to throw a bottle.
I was going to say it just to make you angry, Steve.
But there's no way that's true.
No way at all. Darth Maul would be my guy.
Really? Were you disappointed? I mean, look, he's the bad guy and all that kind of thing. Spoiler alert, he gets chopped in half and dies. Right. Were you kind of pissed? Because when I watched the movie, I thought for sure, it'd be cool to keep this guy around for the next trilogy because he's a badass.
Yes.
Then they chopped him in half. And I'm like, what are you doing?
So you get a little bit of redemption because the Clone Wars animated series did bring him back.
No, you can't be a cartoon.
I know.
I don't want a cartoon.
I didn't want him to be a cartoon guy. I'm with you. He would have been
freaking Maul.
Badass Sith to fight.
Well, USA Today, they ranked the 75 best live action characters. Now, that includes the movies and the TV shows like The Mandalorian, Andor, and everything else.
Okay.
So they did the 75, we've got the top 10. Now, next category, as we're hitting the heat here, even in Washington State pretty early, we have the 10 hottest weather states ranked by average annual temperatures. So we've got the 10 hottest states in America. And since it is May the 4th, we're going to get into hopefully Star Wars today because it's probably a one and done category after that. So that's on the way at 4:30 with your guess is as good as mine. Now,
by the way, people there said Boba Fett, Vader, Han, R2-D2, and Chewie. Thank you, Savage Amy. It is Chewie. That is the correct answer.
Those are all good ones. Today we're going to talk about going to the hospital. I think you put it best earlier, Steve, when you said, the older I get with family, sometimes I just wish that it was me in the hospital as far as being admitted to the hospital instead of a family member or someone that you love.
Yeah, I was just saying, you're married, you have kids, and for the first time in my life, I'm like, if I have to go to the hospital, I want to be the person who has to be. Right. I don't want it to be my kids. I don't want it to be my wife. And I get the feeling my wife and kids would agree. Yeah, we hope it's you too, Dad.
And you know when you're wrecked. Man, you know when you messed up. You know you need to go to the hospital. When you cut your hand, just any kind of bad injury you have. Though, hopefully you can deal with this. You can fight through it. You understand the level of pain. You know what you're going through sucks. You know you're going to have to get something done in the hospital. But at the same point in time, it's on you.
It's on you. But to your point, if I injure myself and I have to go to the hospital, which is very infrequent, but it happens, I don't get nervous about going to the hospital. I go there purely for relief. The flip side is, you have some surgeries scheduled.
Yes.
Coming up, right? These are quote-unquote routine things.
But these are where things can go really wrong.
But that's when only once have I gone to the hospital for a routine surgery that didn't have to be done. It was just kind of recommended. That's the only time I got nervous about going, because they're going to cut into my head. And one of the things I discovered is when you go in for something routine, the doctors tell you the worst case scenario, even though you're not there for the worst case scenario. So the last thing that my doctor, and luckily this didn't happen, said, all right, we're going to do this, that, and the other. It's fairly routine. It carries risk. Obviously, it's a surgery. And his thing was the most likely thing to go wrong, should anything go wrong, is we're going to nick this nerve that's kind of like a rubber band on the side of your head, and you won't be able to move that side of your face. And then he added, I don't know why he said this part, and it would make you unsightly. Those are right, and then
you droop. You would droop on that side
more
of your
than
face.
you already are.
And then they gas your ass. Thank you, Mike. And then they gas your ass, and you're out, right? But if you go to the hospital and you're bleeding out of your neck, and they wheel your ass into the emergency room, you're not nervous anymore. You go, thank God I'm here, because no matter what could go wrong is already gone wrong.
I'm in the right place.
Exactly.
I'm in the right
But if
place.
you're just going in for something elective, and they tell you all the different things, you're like, well, Christ, man, now I don't want to be here.
And if you hurt yourself, if you break something, you've got a pretty good idea you've either sprained or broke something. It is something that you go, my arm is killing me.
Right.
My leg is killing me.
And it's swollen.
I feel this pain. Where sometimes you end up going to the hospital because I just haven't felt right for a week. Like something is not right. But you can't diagnose that because
That's more terrifying.
it is. I mean, I'd almost rather see the bone coming out of my forearm.
Because it doesn't mean I have cancer. It means I have a compound
Exactly.
fracture.
Exactly. Now, there are certain things that can be avoided depending on your diet, what you do, and everything else, obviously. But they say backers of raw milk are pushing to make the potentially dangerous product more widely available and easier to obtain. Even as a new disease outbreak, one of at least 5 in the past year, sickens U.S. children. Now, more than 3 dozen bills supporting raw milk have been introduced in state houses across the country, and a growing number of states are making it legal to sell. Dairy farmers, meanwhile, say they can barely keep it in stock, so they're doing great with this stuff.
Sure.
It's awesome for them. Top government officials and internet influencers are helping drive the momentum. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he's been seen downing shots of raw milk at the White House a year ago.
And when I hear him, I go, man, I want to do what he's doing.
Previously
This
promised
is what I do.
Previously promised to halt aggressive suppression of the product. Then he took a dead bear and dumped it into Central Park. Meanwhile, social media posts about raw milk have surged in recent months, often touting unproven claims about its health benefits. All of this alarms public health officials who've long warned that unpasteurized milk can harbor risk germs. The current outbreak, tied to raw milk cheddar cheese from a California-based raw farm, has sickened 9 people with E. coli, half of them children younger than 5. Now, the CDC review counted more than 200 outbreaks tied to raw milk that sickened more than 2,600 people, sent 225 people to the hospitals between 1998 and 2018. Another analyst found that raw dairy products cause 840 times more illness and 45 times more hospitalizations than the pasteurized counterpart. Now, children obviously are especially vulnerable as their immune systems are immature and because they drink more frequently. But adults can also get very sick. Mary Tardif in Ashland, Oregon, she was hospitalized for 5 months after drinking raw milk contaminated with Campylobacter.
If you can't say it, you don't want it.
Bless you.
Doctors diagnosed her with Guillain-Barré syndrome caused by the infection. She spent time on a ventilator, was temporarily paralyzed. She was not able to talk. Your whole life is completely blown apart, she said. She is 70 years old. It also affects the elderly a little bit worse.
Sure, everything does.
So
I hope she wasn't eating something like grape nuts.
I just don't think...
Saying if milk's going to take your ass to the hospital, I hope I was, dipping chocolate chip cookies in it, or it's part of my milkshake, not like I'm eating some crap the doctor made me eat.
Stuff that's already pasteurized, that's already been taken care of, often also is contaminated.
Sure.
And they pull those things off the shelf. But when you're talking about a lot of this raw milk, you're talking about smaller farmers. Mm-hmm. You're talking about more of a produce farm stand lifestyle as far as this milk is not going to be available at QFC.
Right. It's probably at your farmer's market.
Exactly. And that's where you're getting this stuff. I just don't think it's worth the risk.
No.
Knowing what the outcome could potentially be. Is that how you want to go down with 2 chips Ahoy and a glass of milk? Is that how you want it all to end? You can't talk. Now you're paralyzed. What did you do? I wanted 2 cookies and a glass of milk because I got stoned.
And that's what I did.
To me, it's not worth it. Then there are times where, you think you're going to die and you don't. California climber is alive after a 500-foot fall. And I know you're great in math. How many stories is that?
It'd be about 50 stories.
No.
50 stories.
That's not great at math. The average story is about 10.
Well, I don't know how you do your math,
all.
but you always seem to have the number. They said it was one of the trickiest helicopter rescues the High Sierra has ever seen. The man and his brother were traversing the remote western side of Mount Baxter in Sequoia National Park. They were about at 13,000 feet when a patch of snow collapsed underneath him, sending him down a steep, rocky gully.
No!
He landed on a tiny granite ledge at about 12,400 feet. Broken bones, another 30-foot drop below, leaving the pair stranded in sub-freezing temperatures overnight. Now, with avalanche danger still being there in the night, that was impossible to do it then. They tried a ground rescue. The brothers used a Garmin satellite device to call for help.
Yeah, I'm one of the brothers.
California Highway Patrol helicopter launched the next morning, picked up the 2, and rescue volunteers. They fought gusty winds to hover above the ledge with little room to work. A single rescuer, he was lowered 150 feet, stabilized the injured climber, and packaged them in a hoist sling for a tight power maxing extraction.
Was this the one?
No. Not the woman who was spinning around at a million miles
No,
an hour.
not her. Was this the one they were worried, I guess, based on their location, and it was already windy, they were scared that basically the wash from the helicopter propellers would blow their asses off of the cliff.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's why he repelled from 150 feet. Because they did not want to lower and be that
15
close.
stories, Miles.
Okay. Officials later said the men did most things right. They stayed calm, they stayed put, and they stayed together. But he somehow...
Where else are they? Listen, you know why they stayed put? Because there was literally nowhere else to go except the 12,000-foot drop. By the way, real quick, you're talking about the woman got pulled up in a helicopter. I believe it was the lifeguard in this case, and her stretcher.
I think she had broken an ankle on a mountain or whatever.
And she ended up in worse shape because the thing spun. Miles showed me this video about 3 weeks ago.
That was your first time seeing that
No,
video?
not that one.
Happened years ago.
Not that one. This should not be funny. And I don't know what the rescue operation was. And it looked like it was in England or Ireland, Rolling Green Hills. And there are 6 or 7 like cops and rescue personnel, and they have a stretcher with that.
Yeah.
The dude in the stretcher. And I don't know what happened, but the stretcher got out of their grip.
They were on a hillside.
And this person who is strapped. Dude.
It was a car accident that happened over top of a hill cliff, right? So they get this guy up on the gurney, man, and the whole thing just rolls down the hill. I mean,
but they're strapped
over, and these guys are down, trying to get this guy, man, and he's having a hell of a time.
Wait for it, man.
Oh my God,
I got you.
Our question: why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Oh. Hello, Lacey. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So my fiance was cutting down this huge beam, and a 2,000-pound beam fell and hit his hard hat, bounced off, and went straight through his forearm.
The beam did?
Yes.
So the hard hat protected his head, but as a result of that, it went through his arm?
Absolutely. Like, if it was not for the carbon fiber hard hat, and that's still split in half. It bounced off his hard hat, hit something else, and went straight through his arm.
Like through it, like it cut it off?
Was this like the size of a piece of rebar?
This was a little bit, yeah. Yep, exactly.
Okay. And so
bigger than a golf ball.
I'm assuming you were not present when this happened, right?
No, he was at work.
Now, did they pull it out or did they cut it?
So it came out on its own, taking a huge chunk of meat with it. Yeah. Remarkably, though, the skin was still there. So they were able to wrap that back over so he's not going to have skin grafts. But they did have to completely reconstruct his arm. So the muscle was completely damaged. They had to take that out completely. It nicked an artery, which started to clot. So they had to pull that clot out and redirect that artery to a neighboring vein, and then it shattered his bone. So he's got pins and titanium in there now.
How long ago did this happen?
Tuesday.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ, really?
Okay.
This is just last week.
Is he still in the hospital?
It's been a week, let me tell you. He just got out. I brought him home Thursday night, and he's doing remarkably well. The craziest thing is absolutely nothing happened to his head other than a nick that looks like maybe a cat scratch on under his eye.
Well, sometimes you never know with that type of injury when it's going to take.
Right.
Hopefully you're right. Now let me ask you this: for the 6 days he was in there, did you spend the night at the hospital at any of those nights?
I stayed until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning until they kicked me out.
Okay.
But they kick you out?
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do.
I would just say, like, if it's your fiance or your spouse, like, look, I'm not here because your food is awesome. Like, just so if they wake up, there's someone they love there.
After being in the hospital, this is one of the worst things. This is going to sound selfish as hell. I don't care. All right? Even with my own kids, there'd be times where they were going through some stuff, and I would look at my daughter, and I'd be like, can you make it through the night tonight? Because if I have to sleep one more night in this chair, like, I'm going to be so damn loopy. I'm not even going to be able to make a rational decision on your behalf because I can't sleep sitting up in this. Like, I would almost rather crawl in bed with her if she didn't have all those tubes and beeping and all that crap. He's like, scoot over, dude. Give me some room. I need to lay down.
Do they have like a queen size bed?
No.
Like, look, man.
No.
I have a special request. I just want to climb in bed with my wife with all the tubes, but obviously I don't want to unplug her ass. Can we upgrade like a hotel? You know.
Well, the hardest part about it is they were supposed to be monitoring the blood flow. And the nighttime nurse that we got, I even went and told a couple other nurses, I was like, I'm not leaving this hospital till we get a new one because he was on something. Yeah. Like, there's no doubt in our mind. So I could not leave until I got a new nurse for him, you know.
Now, as a result of the damage that he has suffered, now he's back home and you're doing your thing. What are the extra duties you have to pick up?
Not a whole lot. It's pretty comical watching him get dressed. He is very stubborn. He's so stubborn. In fact, he's going on his fishing trip on Friday with his buddies for the.
Is it his right arm or is his left arm?
It's his left arm, and he is right-handed, but it's his hook-setting arm, so he's pretty mad about that.
Yeah, well, still. I mean, he has his priorities. If it's the dominant arm, didn't you say it was a pain in the ass to learn how to wipe with the opposite hand?
Yeah, because I had, and all I did was break my wrist. Right? Not some severe injury, but broke my wrist. And when I went in for the x-ray, the doctor even said, well, look, even if your wrist is broken, apparently there's 8 billion tiny bones in your wrist. And she said, there's only one, really, that if you broke that one, this is going to be a long thing, which is 12 weeks. So she was like, don't worry about it. She did the x-ray. She came back. She's like, the one I told you, I hope you didn't break, that's the one you broke. So you're in that hand cast for 12 weeks, but I'm left-handed. It's my dominant hand. I'm like, whatever. I can get through it because as far as work goes, instead of writing everything,
I'll type it.
I would try to type that. You didn't think about it. I said, and look, you're not debilitated. You just have a broken wrist. It's not the end of the world. I take a dump. I get up. The biggest struggle I had for 12 weeks was wiping my ass.
Just to make sure you're clean all the way.
And I'm not saying that as a joke. What I'm saying is if you want to test this theory, next time you take a dump, work, home, doesn't matter, use your non-dominant hand and wipe your ass to the point where you are confident that you have cleaned your ass. And I could not believe. So I would even try to switch back to my left hand. It could not be done.
I think I could eat with my left hand.
I don't think
brushing your teeth, I think, would be harder.
It was harder, but you could still pull it off because you could still tell if your teeth are clean, right? You know what you're doing, but I cannot see my ass. And then I got to the point where it's stupid, where I'd poop, have to stand up, turn around, basically put my right leg up on top of the toilet. That is not how I normally wipe my ass. But that way I knew I was getting full coverage and you're checking the toilet paper. I was never convinced my ass was clean.
Could you tie your shoes?
The knot's not really strong, but you can figure it out. I saw a little bit of use of my fingers, but your hand's just gone.
Our question, why were you in the hospital and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
In case you missed it.
Walter Cronkite got him in. This was the CBS Evening News. He was like the stalwart of being serious.
Sure.
Voyager 2 reached Uranus, and it was a big announcement.
Nelly and Hot in here taking on Donna Summer on a Bad Choice Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Vote for Donna Summer and Hot Stuff or Nelly Hot in here if you follow us on X and Men's Room Live. Mike, do you have a tally on voting so far?
So far, it's a dead heat. Like, no pun intended, it's a dead heat.
I can believe that, man.
It's right at 50-50.
They're both upbeat, you know.
Yeah.
About heat.
Vote now if you follow us on X and Men's Room Live. One of those two tunes coming up right after we drink and toast with the shot of the day. All right, do we have time for a few emails to the men's room at KISW.com?
You've got mail. You've got mail.
And we got a few on our question. What were your favorite toys growing up, and what would you consider your grown-up toy now? Guys, when I was a kid, I had this TMNT toy that was a pizza delivery truck, and you could load little plastic pizzas into the spring-loaded mechanism.
Oh, yeah.
And shoot them across the room. Good times. As an adult, my toy is my EBMM Stingray. Thrill nose.
Yep.
Is that a base?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Yes,
I did not know that. Clarification.
I also have a Stingray. Double humbucker, in case you're wondering, tobacco burst finish.
Look, man.
Is that allowed to be over the air?
It is. It's just, look, if you own a Stingray, I'm just going to throw it out there. They did the tobacco burst with the double humbucker for a very limited time.
A humbucker.
A humbucker. It's the name of the pickup. And basically, it bucks the hum. So you don't get that.
As dumb as this sounds, Mike, growing up, we had these easy bake ovens. Now, typically, they designed them, they were marketed toward little girls. All right?
My sister had one.
But at one point in time, it was like Betty Crocker. You could make cookies in there or whatever. Then they came out with a Pizza Hut easy bake oven where you can make individual Pizza Hut pizzas in this oven. And my buddy had one, man. And I mean, it was probably the longest time waiting for a pizza to cook because it cooked with a light bulb.
Yes.
And it was probably the worst pizza you'd ever had in your life, but we thought they were great. The
homemade pizza, baby.
The problem with the Easy Bake Oven was after you used all the ingredients to make, say, I don't know, 3 or 4 pizzas, you could not get a refill on the dough,
right?
The sauce. They
wanted you to buy a whole new oven.
Little
again.
Parmesan packet of cheese that you put on there.
Damn.
You know? Yeah, but it was like 4 and done. Guys, disc golf, have hundreds of discs, and even my own basket in the backyard.
Nice.
Speaking of Cracker Jacks, won a box of Cracker Jacks while on a company retreat in Maryland. The prize, a Seattle Mariners tattoo. That's pretty cool. Favorite toy as a kid was My Little Pony. My favorite toy now is my vibrator.
But it has the same name.
My Little Pony?
Yeah, My Little Pony.
Oh, no.
Do you remember My Little Pony from childhood? Well, you're grown up now.
My Little Baloney Pony.
My baloney pony.
Guys, my favorite toy growing up was
How about
actually...
the Cabbage Smash doll.
My favorite toy growing up was actually building model cars, muscle car kits to this day. I build them and not so much play with them, but display them. When I go to the model shop, Skyway Models and Renton, I get looks because I am a female and I build cars.
Nice.
When I was a kid, I had the original Transformer toys. Now, as an adult, I have certain Masterpiece Transformers. These are larger, more complex Transformers for adults, and they are accurate size per the cartoon. I have Grimlock, Starscream, Jazz, Thundercracker, and Skyward.
Thundercracker, biggest white man I've ever seen in my life.
That's from the JJG, president of the Ted Smith's fan club, Texas chapter.
Nice.
Guys, I have one of those big styrofoam planes you were talking about.
I would still play with that now, man.
That was one of my favorites.
I would. Were you any good at making paper airplanes? There was a moment in my life where it seemed like that was the single most important skill set you could have. And I had a buddy, his dad bought him one of those books, like 200 different ways to make a paper airplane.
Yeah.
And he would do the ones with the loop-de-loops.
Oh, sure.
You know, zip around. Wait, give me one to make one?
Oh, yeah. We're
all right. I'm going to see.
Good luck.
All right.
Oh, Miles. Get in there.
Make a paper airplane?
Making a paper airplane.
All right.
Let's see who can do it. Right here. This is great radio right here. We're just going to make paper airplanes.
Yeah, I don't care.
Join us on YouTube at KISW.
Right. You make a paper airplane yourself, people. Come on.
That's right. Come on, man.
Okay.
Mine was always rudimentary. I wasn't one of those people that put a staple in mine to weigh it at the front like a cheater.
I
man.
thought that too, and then it just nosedives.
It did. Like people sucked when making these things, man.
Okay, I'm going to make a jet.
My mom was always really good at making them.
Yeah, my dad was good at it. My brother, he's good at it. They're both like engineer people, though. I am nowhere close.
Engineer people.
They are. You know?
Okay.
They got those freaking brains.
What did you guys do on the show today? Made paper airplane.
Paper airplane. Kiss my ass.
I make a Concorde. I was always a Concorde kid.
Nice.
Is it because you can't make another one?
No, I can make all kinds
All
of
of
paper.
mine look like the Concorde because that's the shape, right? That's all I got.
Yeah. Do you do the same one?
Why does yours?
Because I do a Concorde. See, you don't want the
You
draft.
got a different fold.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
I do a
You don't
Concorde.
want the draft, man.
In the can.
You were very
Oh,
close.
mine's
Okay, just like a
That was
Concorde.
terrible.
Miles, this is very accurate.
Guys, I grew up at the peak time for toys. I was born in the early 70s and the late 70s, early 80s. Great time for toys. Favorite toy growing up was my original Nintendo. I spent
Damn.
so many hours on that thing, it was crazy. But my favorite adult toy is a gift my kids gave me a couple years ago from my childhood. The Evel Knievel jumping bike. I play with that thing every once in a while, send it off some cool jumps, and get some of pretty good crashes, too. Even though it's kind of a dumb toy, just my favorite because it reminds me of my amazing childhood. That from Big Dave.
By the way, Mike makes the best paper airplane.
Thank you.
I think so, too.
Eagle Scout.
What else we got here? Jesus. Oh, here's a good one we didn't bring up. $6 Million Man.
Oh, yeah, man.
And Spider-Man. Action figures used to be 18 inches high. Then Star Wars caused them to go smaller. Another. My wife collected dolls and still has them. I won't let her display them since we moved. Creepy times. I am not a fan of displayed dolls.
not
I
at
agree
this
with the
age.
creepy factor.
It is.
And favorite toy was my Atari after we had Pong. I played it so much my parents made a rule. However long I spent on Atari, I had to read a book. Thank you, parents, because now I love reading.
My first big purchase as a kid was I bought the N64 when it came out. It was $100. I saved up forever when my sisters were buying toys and they were buying candy and whatnot. I saved up $100 to buy that thing. I loved that thing.
Well,
I played it to death, but I had to share with my sisters because they're going to want to.
No, that's crap because they didn't save the money. Like, sorry, man, I bought this. It's different when you're an adult. I will share. I have children.
Yeah, but now
as
mom and
a
dad.
child, like, no.
So,
I spent my money.
1978 or somewhere in there, when the Atari 2600 came out after Pong, that console was $150. That was the most money that my parents had ever spent on any Christmas on any kid.
Yeah.
The equivalent of that now, to give you an idea in price, $150 in 1978 is the same as $800 today.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how much that was setting people back then as far as the money.
By the way, fellas, I'm just writing this down, all right? So we have our world tour date coming up sooner or later. Right? Going to be a Muckleshoot. We're not quite sure when. And then we got a couple challenges we want to do up there. Yes, I just wrote down the paper airplane challenge because everyone on YouTube seems to have an idea of how you bend the nose, where you put staples, where you put pennies. Great. Join us when we go to Muckleshoot.
But you got to do it just with one piece of paper. You cannot have it. This is not the Pinewood Derby. You can't put weights in the front of the damn car.
I think the pilot of yours just threw it into reverse mid-flight, Miles. That thing backed up.
Well, that's because
because
I
what?
threw it up. You're supposed to throw it straight. That's one that you stripe.
Hand it back to him. All right, let's show us. Mike's glided very, very well. All right, mine was okay, but yours, yeah.
Hey, get the big
this is not mine.
Get the big camera. No, that's yours.
That's yours. Oh, dude, no, that's terrible. That's
Okay, time for a few birthday emails brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip irresponsibly.
Thank you, Ted. Let's see here. Ola Bacholas, today is my daughter Leela's first trip around the sun. Please give her a big happy birthday from her mom and dad, as well as you guys with some dad jokes. Can't do Coach Ted because he's not here today. But rock on, love you guys. Thank you guys. That from Marcus and from Shay. Kids 1 year old, I'm going to give you all of the inappropriate dad jokes I have for today.
That's perfect.
Because they won't understand it. Right?
It's going to be your first words.
Exactly.
Lord.
Did you guys know that Limp Bizkit does free concerts in Italy?
Oh, really?
For the Nookie?
They do it for the Gnocchi.
For the gnocchi. I thought they did it for the Wookiee.
Dad Joke Friday. The phrases "I'm sorry" and "I apologize" usually mean the same thing. Except when you're at a funeral.
That's a good one.
What is the worst thing to do at a funeral?
Masturbate.
The corpse. I heard Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson split up.
Oh, yeah?
So that's a whap. What do you call a group of Karens? What do you call a group of Karens?
What?
An HOA.
Nice.
And finally, on Dad Joke Friday, just been told I'm getting a sweater for my birthday.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh. I myself would prefer a screamer or a moaner.
Oh, gross. Oh, no.
Oh, she's a sweater, buddy.
You like Ted. It'd be like me having sex with Ted and his hot bees. Guys, I want to wish a happy 6th birthday to Evelyn and Eleanor. Give them your best. Love Mom and Dad. They're 6 years old twins there. Might hook them up with whatever.
Kids like farts.
Patella's May Day. It's my son Jacob's 23rd birthday. Can I get a fish sandwich and a big old bong rip? Thanks again for your entertainment. Longtime listener, Danielle.
Do I get a fish sandwich?
Oops.
And finally on the birthdays, guys.
No. Listen, we got to wait for Ryan here. He says it's possible to do a birthday shout-out request on YouTube.
Uh-oh.
But do it.
Fine.
Yeah, hey, man.
What?
Do it now.
Okay. And all the guys, my name is Roger. Today's my 44th birthday. Can I get a fish sandwich and whoever has the best Trump voice telling me what I should do on my trip to China?
China.
A fillet of fish sandwich.
All right, I'll give it a try. I don't know. Are we all going to give this a try?
Sure,
I don't know.
why not?
Let me see. All right, the best Trump voice, what to do when you get to China. Dig up all the rare earth materials, bring them back,
Steal a panda. China. Huge country. Huge. Many people. Favorite thing about China? Orange chicken.
Go to China. I hear the food is the best. It's fantastic. Go to a local spot like Panda Express. It'll be phenomenal. It's the best.
Local spot.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Bitches.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefly.
Thank you, Bob. A couple extra emails. Worst job experience story. Ola Bachola's longtime listener from way back in the Buzz days. I love watching you guys on YouTube there at KISW.
Creepy weirdo.
So I actually managed to get fired the day before starting a job.
Nice.
Little background. I was working at a video game testing job early mornings and attending night school for months, and it was taking its toll since all the commuting was leaving me with only 4 hours of sleep. Now, because I needed to finish school, I had to unfortunately quit.
The mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Looking forward to a Thursday. Celebrate Seattle Rock Day with us and give back at the same time. We celebrate Seattle's amazing music legacy all day long. We're probably one of the few cities in the United States that can play 24 hours of music from one place and location.
I think there are 4 cities, maybe 5.
Maybe Nashville. Maybe Nashville if you do country.
I'm going to say Nashville, but
most of those people are not from there.
That's the difference, man. Most of that is not homegrown. If you're in the country world or a songwriter, that's absolutely the place to be. That's like most actors are not from Hollywood, right? So I would say New York and L.A. just based on size.
Sure. Chicago's got a great music scene. New Orleans
Chicago, Detroit. New Orleans has a great music scene, but almost none of it's on the radio.
That is correct.
Right? I mean, it's a very good music
even Harry
scene.
Connick, probably one of their biggest artists, is not played. Trent Reznor moved there.
Right. He moved there, and we play him. It's not really on the New Orleans
Dave
station.
Matthews has been here for over 25 years.
Sure.
And a lot of people still don't consider him Seattle, even though he is Seattle through and through.
Yeah. I mean, but you're right. Seattle is one of the few places where it's homegrown talent.
And Reznor's
granted, we have to reach down to Aberdeen if you want to grab your
Nirvana,
Kurt Cobains and all that kind of thing. But hey, we got Kenny G, bitches.
But for the 7th year, we are supporting SMASH, Seattle musicians' access to sustainable health care. And what they do is
for Dave Matthews, he cannot afford it.
They hook up with musicians other than Dave to free or low-cost dental, mental health, hearing protection, and other health services that they don't have access to.
Yeah.
We do have an auction going on online. If you head to KISW.com, there's an autographed Wolfgang Van Halen guitar. There's a huge concert ticket package. We also have a chance for you to hang out and drink with us at Black Raven. Yeah. I don't know how they do this. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to talk with Ryan about it. But you're going to get your own customized Little Woody burger. I don't know if that means they put your name on it for like Little Woody's does hamburgers specials for like a week or two or during the month. They will do their own signature burger.
But if you get that, right? And Little Woody's is spectacular.
I don't know. I'm spitballing here. I'm going to have to ask them tomorrow. I don't know.
Do I tell Little Woody's, hey, man, this is what I put on my burger? Or do they say, look, we got a burger.
I think you pick it. Right. But I'm not even sure this is what it is. But I'm going to have to find out. I'll clarify this. I'll give you the answer
Even
tomorrow.
if you're wrong, I like your idea.
I do too, man. Like if you could go and build your own burger and put your name on it.
Yeah.
I mean, Trapper Sushi put a couple of rolls on there with our names on them. Pretty cool, but we had no hand in what they were doing. Luckily for us,
they were good.
It was right up our alley and what we kind of liked.
What would you put on your burger?
What I put on my burger? Ooh, boy.
Right? That's tough. If that doesn't already exist.
I need to see all the things that are possible. And then kind of put it together based on.
I do have onion straws if you do.
Exactly.
What's going on there?
Exactly, man. Get some bloomin' onion sauce, whatever that is, some onion straws.
What is bloomin' onion sauce? What do you think?
Is a mayonnaise configuration.
It's still ketchup and mayonnaise, basically.
Cayenne or something else. But either way, you can bid on all that stuff. That helps out SMASH.
Bloomin' onion sauce.
For the first time ever, we've got a Rock Day ambassador. Guy's name is Mike McCready.
Who the hell is that?
He says he plays in a band called Pearl Jam.
Well, I hope they make it sometime.
Last time Mike McCready was in the station, by the way, he was admiring carrying the men's room kegerator.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I don't even think Mike drinks. He's like, look at that. That's what they talk about all the
It's
time.
still kind of cool.
Yeah, it is.
Indeed.
But Thursday, all day long, we celebrate Seattle Rock Day here on The Rock.
Just wanted to clarify one thing about our item about drinking here with the men's room. We are drinking it's a Black Raven beer tasting here in the
it's here in the
KISW
studios.
studios.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, we're not going
Okay.
to Black Raven. It's right here in downtown.
Well, that'll
Seattle.
save us some time driving.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me.
I don't care, man. We'll get off the air and drink beer. Boy, that's a different one.
Wow. Yeah.
Man, think about that. We'll get off the air and have a beer.
Drink beer.
Whoa.
That is nuts.
What a stretch. All right. Our question.
You know, I'm going to give that a try sometime. Like we finish the show, then we go drink beer.
Yeah.
It's going to be life-changing.
Exactly. Why were you in the hospital and why were you there? Now, this happened yesterday at Discovery Park. We talked about the hiker who fell 500 feet off of a cliff in California. A hiker was rescued yesterday. He fell 40 feet down an embankment at Discovery Park.
It's about 4 stories, Miles.
That's about 4 stories. They were able to communicate with the guy. This happened about 3:30 in the afternoon. He was seated on a narrow ledge, waiting for help. They did a rope rescue operation, anchored some lines, put him on a stretcher because he was kind of messed up, and they got him down this hill. Now, as I'm looking at this story, this is basically where my dog went over. All right, and as you can see, when you get to the bottom of this thing, it's fairly steep. And I'm scared of heights. And my dog went over this. Now, Discovery Park, where that was exactly, it's a big park.
Yeah.
But one thing is for sure. The whole stretch of that park, essentially, other than over by the water treatment plant, is one big ledge.
No, it's a cliff.
That drops off straight into the railroad tracks and into the sound.
That guy, he denied medical treatment.
He did. And I know why.
They even said, like, hey, we want to take you to the hospital. And look, dude, if you're listening.
I know why.
I understand you dropped 40 feet, and look, you're fine. I get it. You don't want to make a bigger deal out of it. But also, like, you might be feeling different today than you did yesterday.
Like with Ted when he got that contusion on his hip.
Yeah.
He just went home. Next morning, he woke up and he's like, I need to go to the doctor immediately.
Correct.
But the thing about this guy is, and I know exactly why this is, he's 19 years old.
Oh, that's why.
When I think to myself, when I was 19 years old, health insurance, any of that, I needed money to put gas in my car, and hopefully my transmission would hold for another 3 months.
Yep.
I did not have money to go to the doctor.
I didn't realize he was 19, but you're right. That explains it.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. And at that point in time, there's a couple stipulations on your parents having you on your health insurance. I'm not exactly sure what that is.
I don't know.
But it can be done. But obviously, he was like, look, man, no matter what, as long as I'm able to walk my ass out of here, I am not going to the hospital. Our question, why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Nick. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hola. Doing well, Nick. Beautiful Monday.
It is, man. Happy Star Wars Day, fellas.
That's right.
Yes, indeed.
I just wanted to call. Actually, I wanted to say thank you for Shout of the Day last Monday. I spent the 24th through the 26th at Virginia Mason with my son Anakin. He was 19. He went into sudden cardiac arrest on the 24th, and we lost him last Sunday on the 26th. And
where was he when this happened?
He was with his girlfriend. They were playing with some ducks, and they went inside. They laid down, and that was it.
Damn. What did they think led to it? I mean, was there a pre-existing condition that you knew about, or was this completely out of the blue?
No, it's a complete shock, man. He's a kid with the biggest heart. He, in his spare time, he coaches other people's 9-year-old kids in baseball and middle school kids in football. He's just.
Well, those kids are probably devastated as well, man.
They are, man. They're a great group of kids. I don't even have words, man. I just wanted to have a chance to say something about him because he's just that awesome, man. He's my best friend, and I miss the crap out of him, dude. He's just.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have to explain it, dude.
No, we get it.
Everybody understands that.
We get it.
I do want to ask you this. You picked the name Anakin. Today is May the 4th. Were there any other Star Wars names that you even consider? My wife would have shot down Anakin in a heartbeat. But even if I'd picked Han, she'd have shot it down. Certainly my favorite, Chewbacca, she'd have said, no, you cannot name your child Chewbacca.
I had a dog named Chewie.
I know you did. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So my it's kind of a little bit of a it worked out really well in my favor because, as you can tell, I was really cool in high school naming my kid Anakin.
Yes, yes, sure. You have rings of coolness. We can tell.
So our daughter's name is Aslan. Starts with an A, ends with an N. My oldest, and his middle name is James, so I can call him AJ, but it starts with an A, ends with an N. And then my middle son's name is Aaron, starts with an A, ends with an N. So when my ex-wife was pregnant with him, we had to come up with names, and we agreed on a girl's name really fast, but we couldn't think of a boy's name. And one day I sit there, I said, "How about Anakin?" And she's like, "I like that." And a couple months later, we were things and stuff like that. We still a little different than the movie, she's introducing the family to a friend, and she's like, "Yeah, this is my husband Nick, and this is Aslan, Aiden, Aaron, and this is Anakin." And she's like, "That's not why we named him." That's exactly why I named him that.
No, that's what
so she didn't know.
It wasn't her thing, man.
Right.
Well,
that's how you slide that in there.
High school.
Yeah.
If she had known, she would have said no. There's no doubt about it, man.
Nick, so sorry,
It probably been Austin or something, but.
Yeah, that was a shocking day, man. I'm sorry.
Well, I thank you guys. Anyway, I thank you. He loved the show. I mean, he listened to it from the day he was born. I mean, the day we brought him home, we were listening to the men's room, and he's a big fan. He went golfing with Miles. It was one of the best. He always, "Hey, when can we golf with Miles again?"
My highlight was you flipping the cart.
Hey, man, I flipped it back.
Only seen it like 2 or 3 times, Nick. You got that box checked.
That was his fault too, man.
No, it wasn't. We'll do it again, man. But we won't flip the cart this time.
Brother.
All right, man.
Hey, man, take care, brother.
I like that he snuck that in and his wife didn't know.
Right.
That's why I was asking. You know what I mean? I'm just picturing my wife. Look, I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I'm trying to think of a name, any Star Wars character that I could have tried to throw out.
What's wrong with Luke?
There's nothing wrong with the name Luke.
Because it doesn't necessarily apply to just Star Wars.
But it does if it comes out of my mouth, because it's not a name I would normally choose.
Well, you're
right?
his
So
father.
if I said, right, you know what? So I think the closest I would get would be Garth until I say the middle name Vader. She'd be like, "All right, listen, you cannot name your child Garth Vader Hill." I'm like, right, but it's just Garth.
What about Bobby Fett Hill?
Bobby Fett, right?
Well, look.
But I wouldn't have allowed Robert. I'd be like, it's got to be, well, you know, what the irony is, my kid loves Boba Tea.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, good.
So it would have kind of worked out. Like, hey,
the guy, the program director for The Wolf, our sister station, the country station, he does a show in Phoenix because he lives in Phoenix part-time or full-time and comes back and forth. So he goes by Blando on the air. Blando. So we call him the
Blando Calrissian.
Blando Calrissian, the Blandalorian.
That's right. I forgot.
That's what I called him all day yesterday. Hey, Blando, make that putt. Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
I mean, I did name my penis Lando Calrissian.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you might as well stick with the Star Wars theme.
Blando.
Blando. Hello, Denise. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hola.
I'm just brokenhearted after that. Wow.
Yeah, that means you're a human being. That's a good sign.
I'm and a mom. And I'm the one who had the brain aneurysm, and our son had amnesia for a year, and our oldest daughter was body cast girl. Yeah, that's us. Well, I have one to top it off now.
Oh, good. Good.
The cherry.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that. Our youngest daughter, who was 30 at the time, she developed type 1.5 diabetes and almost died.
What the hell is 1.5?
That was our question, but it is a thing. You look it up, you know. She's this tiny little girl, and zero family history on either side of our families, and it's just absolutely crazy.
Have you read anything about the weight loss drugs and how they have, again, diabetes is a lot of different types, but people who had type 2, based on either the weight loss or just the way that their body reworked itself, that they were no longer either insulin dependent or technically diabetic.
That's pretty common with a lot of type 2 because a lot of type 2 is weight related. Mm-hmm. Type 1 and type 2, it's like comparing, cancer to a heart attack.
Well, type 1 is so genetic, right? But I would type 1 shows. But what is type 1.5? How do you get the
one is born? One is born with, or pretty close. But what they were saying was this guy was no longer insulin dependent. So I don't know if you get to be insulin dependent if you're type 2, but maybe you do. But either way, look into it because.
a lot of type 2 is just diet and exercise. My boss was like that, but our youngest is doing 4 insulin injections a day, and so we're working to get the pump. And
Okay, but how do they
just turned
explain
31 and
1.5? Is it like, look, she wasn't necessarily born with it, but she has all the symptoms of one, or what?
Yeah, it's kind of a morph of 1 and 2, and in all probability, it will morph into type 1 completely, which, we'd rather have type 2.
Absolutely.
There's a lot better chance, a lot easier to monitor.
What was going on?
type
What was going on with Mummy Baby? What did you say happened with your kid?
Mummy baby.
Pardon me?
The full body cast.
Full body cast.
Oh, body cast girl. Yeah, you talked with her before. She was 8 years old when she broke her leg on the playground, knee to hip, and was in a body cast. And they told her she'd be in the body cast for 6 months and the leg cast for 2 months. But they said the more you move, the faster you'll heal. And so, man, she took that to heart. And within 6 weeks, she was out of her body cast and 2 weeks in her leg cast.
Damn.
So it was absolutely amazing.
And now you said your other kid had amnesia for a year. What happened to bring on the amnesia?
He was hit on the head at work, but didn't really tell anybody. It didn't faze him much at that time.
Maybe he forgot.
I went home and laid down, had a headache, and woke up with amnesia. So yeah.
What were the signs to you that he had amnesia? What was the sign where you said, "I think he has amnesia"?
Well, when his girlfriend called me and said he didn't know who he was, who she was, where he was, what year it was, he knew it was the United States, and that he could read and write, and that was pretty much it.
What snapped him out of it?
Our friend's dog tripped him, and he hit his head again.
Are you kidding me?
Why didn't you just punch him in the head?
Well, we have hockey sticks around here. That was our first thought, but we didn't know at the time because they couldn't. They only ran a couple of tests. They should have ran more, but it was and so they weren't sure what it was caused by, and so they just kind of said maybe he'll get it back soon, maybe he won't, and
Thanks, Doc.
Crazy.
How old's your daughter that's having the diabetes thing right now?
She just turned 31.
Okay, all right.
And then you said, what was your deal? You had an aneurysm?
Yeah, I had a brain aneurysm. Yeah.
And there's no sign for that, right? You just get the clot that blocks things, and that's it.
Yeah, just brushing my teeth, and you gag when you're brushing your tongue, and all of a sudden I just drop to my knees. Everything's black, and
see, that's why I stopped brushing my teeth. Yeah. Right there. Next time the dentist asks, I'll tell him.
There you go. Absolutely.
And astute texter writes, Miles, they aren't weight loss drugs. They're diabetes drugs.
They are diabetes
because the side effect is weight loss.
Yeah. Look, man,
that's why they help. That's probably why they help diabetes. I bet.
But again, it's like Viagra's a blood pressure medication. That ain't why anybody's taking it. We hear what you're saying. We know that overwhelmingly that is not why people are taking it.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK. You guys want to hang out with us and drink some beer?
Yes.
Men's Room Return to the Red Party is happening next Saturday, April 11th at the Black Raven Brewing in Woodinville. Get ready to kick back with us, party with the Men's Room for the return of the Red with Black Raven's new take on the original Red.
Sun be changing, hey, changing me, cold-hearted boy I used to be. Yeah, you know you gotta help me out. Yeah, don't you put me on the back burner. You know you gotta help me out.
Crazy about a short dress man. There we go.
Hey! Look at your rollers!
You guys.
Hey,
Aerosmith. It's probably from your mushroom experience when you passed out and cracked your head open. I was on the toilet.
To say if you're a human being, yoga will be beneficial.
Correct. I told you, I did the P90X thing. I never sweated any harder than on the days that it was yoga.
Right.
And I did not think that was the thing. I had a completely different understanding of what yoga was until I did it.
But,
Like, oh, this sucks.
Activates your capillaries.
Absolutely.
So, like, your fingers, all the small.
I mean, haven't they known this about yoga that's been around for 2,000 years? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad you did the study, guys.
It's more than just mind and body. You're stretching things. You're moving things. Get moving.
Again, how do you get money for these studies?
Yeah, no kidding.
They've been saying this for 2,000 goddamn years.
Is there just like a questions board that you just kind of grab off of, like, here, I can answer that one for $50 million?
I think what you do, you write every possible question on the board, and then someone puts on the blindfold, throws a dart, and you're like, all right, let's get funding for that.
Hell yeah.
Why is the sun warm?
Lakes in the U.S. are starting to get wrecked due to people flushing their unwanted goldfish.
I just showed Steve a picture of one in the Inner Harbor, which is brackish in Maryland. And, I mean, this
it's
goldfish,
a big-ass fish.
It's like 3 feet.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Say this so the goldfish are living.
Yes, they're flushing their own. They don't want them anymore, and so they just flush them down the toilet.
How do you get overwhelmed by taking care of a goldfish?
No kidding. I don't think it's overwhelmed. I think you're just over it.
But still, man. I mean, like,
fish are a boring pet.
They're super boring.
Look at my little fish. He's a fish. He doesn't do
tropical
nothing.
might be interesting, but gold. You know what it is? It's a goldfish. If you're willing to put it in a bag and hand it to a child because they sunk 3 baskets at the school fair, like, it's low maintenance.
The
man.
bubbles mean he's happy. He's a fish.
Wow. I mean, I even get the gators more. You go like, oh my God. At some point, you go like, why did we grab this gator?
No kidding.
Just give me a gator. Goldfish, you're like, Jesus Christ.
Right.
That's an hors d'oeuvre.
How long do they last?
I mean, I don't know. Well, I don't have the best track record, so I don't know.
Average lifespan of goldfish, 10 to 15 years. Jeez, a whiz.
Oh, wow.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never done that.
Time to get rid of that little guy.
We just never had like an actual tank. We always just had them in a bowl.
Yeah, because it's a goldfish.
So I don't feel like they can last 10 or 15 years
That's
in a
what
bowl.
I mean. Like, goldfish don't even inspire a lot of people to buy the tank.
No.
They're just not cool enough.
Can you eat goldfish?
I'm sure you can.
You catch that 3-footer?
No, they're carp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just not going to be good meat, or?
I don't know. Most people don't eat carp.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, I've never seen it on the menu anywhere.
Fair.
It's just.
I think it'd be hard to remove the bones. It's too tiny.
Catfish are dirty fish, but people
good.
eat them.
Yeah, true enough. I'm just thinking, you let it get big enough, it'll be a lot easier. Right? Yeah, your little
times are getting tough.
Your little bold goldfish, yeah, he's not gonna do all that well. But that 3-footer, man,
oh yeah,
throw him in the pool out back. A new study found that it only takes 3 minutes of watching fitness videos on TikTok for men to feel like they're falling short.
I can't believe I would spend 3 minutes watching an exercise video on TikTok.
I think it's just you're scrolling, and then you end up on Fitness Talk, as it were, and then you see a bunch of dudes just.
I get it. That has so little appeal to me. Like, I would not give you 3 minutes of my time.
You are an anomaly, though, man. You don't work out. You don't eat your vegetables. Like,
like, all right, man. You weren't good for you.
You've never cared, man, because your body is just an anomaly. You drink and smoke and don't eat your vegetables. You don't exercise, and you're probably in better condition than any of the four of us.
I might die next year. We don't know. That's just. What's going on inside?
Right.
I don't know.
All of a sudden, you're just going to tilt one day, man.
Well, I mean, right,
Throw, wake up. Throw. Oh my God.
Did you say last week the one time your blood pressure was high? You're like, I was out doing stuff the night before.
Yeah, the guy, because I say, we're going to do your blood pressure. And I say, man, normally I have really good blood pressure. And I do. And he goes, it's a little bit elevated. And I'm like, I was doing cocaine last night, brother. The look on his face. But with the doctor, I do like being honest.
Sure.
Because they ask you these things. And I'm like, I'm telling you that.
You're not going to tell the cops, right?
Yeah, and I mean, just like, that's why. Honestly. So, like, my blood pressure is always very, very, very good. They always comment on it. Yeah, but honestly, I was like, I was doing cocaine last night. That is why.
Yeah, so I think that's what Mike's saying. Like, I think the insides are good too.
Yeah, right.
Boom.
Put your thinking caps on, Jen. It's time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I give you guys a 90% chance of success with this one. It's a verb brought to you by the letter S. Now, in general context, it means to form ideas or theories about something, usually when there are many things not known about it.
Hypothesis.
S word.
S.
Oh, damn.
Surmising.
Man, I said that confident too. Oh, gotcha.
Give the definition one more time.
Let's see. To form ideas or... Good work, Ted.
Yep.
To form ideas or theories about something, usually when there are many things not known about it.
Not synopsis.
You're right, though. Yeah, like that worked.
I know. I just when you described it, I just lost the S part. It was like,
Speculate.
Speculate. There you go. Well done, Miles. Well done.
Speculation.
Or hypothesis.
Hypothesis.
They're both S words if you spell it wrong.
I mean, is that not the definition of a hypothesis as well?
A hypothesis is your speculation of what will happen in an experiment.
But after studying and educating yourself on it,
yes,
not spitballing.
correct. You reach the hypothesis.
No. The hypothesis is what you believe is going to, I believe that this is going to happen based on your prior knowledge and whatnot, with the idea that you will then conduct an experiment that will either prove or disprove your hypothesis.
Spitballing can work on this too.
Yeah.
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 Spitballing. That's
really
spitballing.
Hypothesis. That might be the promo.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to make fun of spitballing now. At least it's an ass.
The longest solar eclipse of the century is due to arrive in mid-August of this year.
All right. Will we be able to see it from here?
No, it's going to go over. It's going to go over the Mediterranean area, kind of northern Africa, and that little corridor that's right there.
Why'd you bring it up?
According to you and your travels, people will travel to watch this.
99.9 KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill.
This story just came out today. A lengthy cruise, including stops as remote as Antarctica, has turned into the scene of a deadly disease probe.
Cool.
3 people have passed on. 3 others are ill of suspected hantavirus infections linked to the Hondius, a Netherlands-operated expedition ship now anchored off the African country of Cape Verde.
I'm sure Cape Verde is like, yeah, maybe move that somewhere else, man.
They put the 3 that are infected into the hospital ward of the ship, or the room they have, or whatever. 1 passenger's infection has been confirmed. 5 more cases are suspected. 2 of the dead are a Dutch couple in their late 60s and 70s who fell ill during the voyage that began in Argentina and wound through Antarctica and several South Atlantic islands. Now, details on the third death have not been released, but a British passenger who tested positive and is the only confirmed case so far is being treated now in South Africa at a hospital there, where authorities say one patient is in intensive care. 2 crew members do remain on board. Cape Verde officials have so far refused to let the boat disembark, and medical evacuation is being arranged. This stuff is typically spread by contact with infected rodents or their droppings, urine or saliva. They rarely pass between people, but can cause severe lung or kidney diseases. There's no specific treatment or cure, but getting medical care early increases survival odds. This is the same thing that killed Gene Hackman's wife in New Mexico, I believe. She got the infection and died about a week later. And I believe they say this comes from the deer mouse.
Is it the deer mouse? I just saw rodent, but I guess it's prevalent in New Mexico or something.
So. And apparently on cruise ships.
And cruise ships, yes.
And the Antarctic. Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Chris. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola. Man, I appreciate you guys and what you do so much.
Oh, thank you, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Honestly, I didn't even think I was going to get on.
Well, you might not ever again. Depends on what you have to say.
How Mike is.
That's a good one. No, I mean, just today I had to take the day off of work. I had to go into urgent care because I smashed my hand last night.
How did you smash your hand?
Was it a hammer?
No, my wife and I were organizing the garage, and a vise fell off of my workbench, and I tried to catch it and smashed my hand.
See, man, look, there's certain things, knives and super heavy things. And it just, the older you get, the more you're willing to do this, which is just let it hit the ground.
Yeah.
Right? There's certain things I'm like, dude, let it fall.
Right.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. So you smashed your hand. Why did you wait until today for urgent care? See how you're going to feel the next day kind of thing?
Well, yeah, I'm a man.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah.
So why did you decide urgent care?
What I really called in for, you guys are, Miles especially, he'll get this. I used to run like a sub 5 mile.
I wouldn't get that. You're talking 9, 10 and a half there, brother.
Well, I mean, yeah, now, because I haven't worked out in like 15 years.
I'm talking about me.
No, but so I enlisted in the Army when I was like 22, 23. A long time ago, and back then I used to be like a track star, but I used to play a lot of hockey, like ice hockey. Anyway, when I was in basic, when I enlisted, I was 135 pounds, and when I was out of basic, so 3.5 months later, I was 180.
Damn.
So I gained a lot of weight real quick, and I didn't let my body catch up, and apparently there's things called stress fractures in your bones that I had no idea about, and my femur broke while I was running around the track.
Oh, jeez, man,
that's not good, dude.
Just from all the stress factors from carrying, or stress fractures from carrying the extra weight.
Yeah, I thought it was just a side ache, like that pain that you get in your side when you're running around, like you didn't drink enough water or you drank too much water.
Sure. You thought it was a cramp in your leg, but you broke your femur.
You brought up a good point, and that is just with knives and heavy things and all that stuff.
Let it go.
I have used very delicate hands with parenting with my 2 girls.
Yeah,
they are generally very good kids. I'm incredibly proud of them. But those first few things that they get into, like whether it's learning to drive or all these different things, there was a level of terror that I had, but I knew that they were going to be somewhat responsible with these things. But I swear to God, man, when my kids are over, they always want to help me in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And they'll get the cutting board out, man.
Nope.
And they'll grab a knife. First of all, they grab the wrong knife. Now, I don't know if you know anything. I mean, you know things about
grab
cooking.
the right knife for the thing you're about to do.
A serrated knife is not necessarily good for chopping vegetables. These kinds of basic things, right? Okay, all right.
I know. Okay.
So then I give them.
That just bugs me.
Then I give them the right knife. And now I'm really terrified because this is the one that's sharp. This is the one I use all the time. This is what I cook with. And I'm watching how they'll either dice up an onion or dice up a green pepper or whatever it is we're cutting up. I would almost rather my daughter be in the car driving with a blindfold on and me telling her which way to turn.
Right.
Than for her to handle that knife. Man, I get this just terrifying because I know where I'm going to end up and I don't want to go there. And I don't want to put like a finger on ice or whatever it is, like take it in while my kid is bleeding profusely. It is the scariest parenting thing for me. I mean, they've had medical emergencies. Yeah. I've rushed them to the hospital before. They put a knife in their hand, man. I am absolutely terrified.
I have been working with my daughter in particular with her knives because my son kind of figured it out because I said, look, man, because he likes to cook for himself. I said, okay, if you're going to cook for yourself, I'd also like it if you prep for yourself, right? Just learn how to do it. But this is how you handle the knife. And one thing about him, young or not, always aware of his own mortality, so he will always err on the side of. Okay. I can't say he always
does. He cups his fingers in, all those things?
Cups his fingers in and all. And I told him, I said, look, man, I did this for 12 years, and I did it to myself, and everyone I've ever worked with in those 12 years has done it, because at one point you don't listen to the right way to cut something, and you cut your fingertips off or whatever, and it's bad. And once he heard that, he's like, okay. So he's very conscious with the knife. My daughter, I'm nervous with a butter knife with her, but yesterday, the wife and I are out doing yard work. You know, the weather's beautiful. Let's get this stuff done. We got a long-ass driveway because we share it with 2 other houses. So he has an electric scooter, and he goes zipping by and kind of disappears. I'm like, seems kind of weird. It seemed like he was kind of high on the scooter. And I realized he's pulling wheelies on the scooter. And it's going 15 miles an hour, which is not breakneck speed, but it's break wrist speed. It'll smash your head open speed.
Collarbone speed.
So my wife, she's just like, I'm not pleased with this. And I said, listen, man. And one, as a dad, I'm very much like, look, they'll learn their lesson one way or another. I have told him to be careful. He is being careful. That doesn't mean it's any less dangerous. But I said, if you tell him to stop doing this here, you know later today he's going to, quote unquote, take the scooter to see a buddy, go up to that empty-ass school parking lot, and still try to pull wheelies. So I said, if he's going to crash and burn, or if he has to go to the hospital, I would prefer it if he does it in the driveway so that we can hear him go through the fence or scream bloody murder and we can just scoop his ass up, put him in the car. If he does it 2 miles away from here in the school parking lot, we're not going to know. Yeah. And I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but I said that is my position on this. Like, look, it's what he wants to do. He's 14, and I remember being 14, and once you think you can pop a wheelie, you're going to do it until you nail it, right? So this is like 20 minutes, and all I hear is zip. Zip. Then I hear, whoa, celebratory. He finally nailed it. And then he was done. And I said, look, he finally hit pay dirt. He didn't go to the hospital. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. And the other thing is he's going to high school next year. So he signed up for the JV football team. And my wife is not particularly excited about that either. And I just said, look, again, you got to let the man do what he's going to do. And if he gets hurt, he's going to learn his lesson. There's no other way to teach this. But you can't wrap his ass in bubble wrap. He'll play football. Look, he plays volleyball. So I think maybe when he gets his first hit, maybe it's not for him. Or maybe it is. But I'm like, he'll probably be okay. Yeah. Just stop worrying about it. Now, that said, every time he pulled a wheelie, I was clenching my ass. But I put on the brave face. Like, baby, stop worrying about it. But every time, Dad, look. It did look cool. I have to give him credit. It looked real cool. But also, I'm like, we're going to end up in the goddamn hospital tonight. I'm just glad we were not.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Michael. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, how's it going?
Hola.
So, long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you,
appreciate you.
I just want to give a shout-out to my wife and my dad, Marissa and David. So, 2 years ago, we got married at, the end of May. And later in June, we took a long honeymoon and came back 4th of July weekend. The weekend that we came back, we had a roommate whose name is Sincerely, and he worked at Boeing and was out at food one night and was coming back home. He was riding his motorcycle, and he was at a red light, and a drunk driver basically just slammed straight into him and, was knocked out in the road and stuff. And so the crazy part is he had a coworker who was coming home from work and had a dash cam, and they didn't see the incident, but they saw the aftermath essentially right after. So his bike's on fire, laying in the road, just an absolute, crazy, terrible scene and stuff like that. So he was in Harborview.
Did the drunk driver stop?
I think she did, yes.
Okay.
But of course, she had no insurance, unfortunately.
Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm.
But basically, yeah, so he went to Harborview, broken femur, traumatic brain injury, internal bleeding, and all this stuff. Had like giant pins in his leg and everything like that. But either way, yeah, he was there for, 4 or 5 months and stuff like that. And it's almost coming up on 2 years, and he still hasn't gone back to work yet.
Damn.
He wasn't able to drive for probably a year and a half. And even then, he still has like double vision in one of his eyes and stuff like that. But one of the funny parts is we were going down to visit him all the time, like a couple days a week and everything. And, eventually he was able to eat a little bit of food and this and that. And he would break out of his restraints, apparently with a spoon. And because of his brain injury, I think one of the last movies he was watching was like Marvel movies. So he would like talk to us as like we're characters from these movies, or like we're installing parts on a plane and stuff like that. And so we were going to see him, and he needed to go to the bathroom. So he had a nurse, and so we're like, hey, I got to step out of the room. And so, like, we're around the corner, 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes go by. I'm like, man, this guy hasn't, taken a poop yet. So what do you want to do? It's been a few weeks. And either way, we're like, where's Jeff? We went back in his room, and he's gone. We're like, where did he go? Unbeknown to us, the nurses had wheeled him out, but then, like, pushed him down a hallway. So, he's just sitting in his chair, obviously doesn't remember a lot. But we eventually were like, hey, sincerely, what's wrong? And it was just really funny. But other than that, he's making a good recovery. Great man. He was, one of my groomsmen in our wedding. And, happy to see him, get his memory back and stuff like that. He's now kind of back to where he can remember up to maybe 30 days, but still has some short-term memory loss a little bit.
Yeah, man. Look, he didn't do anything wrong. Let's think about a motorcycle. Look, I got a scooter.
Yeah,
you
100%, yeah.
Man, you just don't know what your next enemy is going to be on the road.
Yeah.
You just have no idea. It could be a pothole. It could be a lot of
Sure.
It could be a seam in the road. It could be, you name it.
Or a drunk driver.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Okay, my claim to fame is 5 different bodily functions out of my urethra.
That is a claim to fame. Okay.
You get a cake for that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not happy about it, but so having surgery for Crohn's in '83, my bladder and my colon fused. So those are the first 2.
Are you shooting silly string?
I mean, what happened?
Oh, my God.
What's your urethra expelling when that's the case?
The first 2 things were, and this is the night before my surgery, I've got gas and diarrhea coming out my urethra.
God.
Yeah.
Are you sitting down or are you standing up and watching
it? Well, I was having a nice dinner, actually, before that happened. But I realized I might die the next day.
Were you having stew?
I mean,
so that's only 2. Of course, 2 weeks later when they pulled out the catheter, we got blood. So that's 3. And the other 2.
Yeah. Just what's supposed to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
You had diarrhea from your penis.
Yes.
And you were otherwise enjoying a
gas.
dinner. Do you cut the dinner short and tell anyone, or do you just keep it mum and say, I'll deal with this after I'm done eating?
Well, I'm kind of by myself in the hospital room at that point. But yeah, try farting through your penis.
I've done it. I've done it.
It's fun.
I've done it. It's fun if you know it's going to. Once I got over the initial shock, in my case, I had a surgery that had nothing to do with that. But when they removed the catheter, it explained itself. I didn't know all the air collects, but I didn't know. And they make you stay bedridden for like another 24 hours until you can get up on because I lost so much blood. And I'm super happy. I grabbed the little rolly pole thing, go into the bathroom, and I'm just going to pee. And as soon as I put my hand on my junk, it was... And I freaked the F out. I buzzed the living hell out of that nurse. And she comes running in. And I'm screaming like, hey, man, my penis farted. I don't know what's going on. My penis did not fart before I came to this hospital. I don't know. So she kind of let me go through my diatribe. Like, I was upset, man, because, I mean, it sounds stupid, but, like, the life that you have enjoyed is now flashing before your eyes. The farting penis, it doesn't attract anyone, all right? Sorry. That is the case.
Great party trick.
So once you know, So when I'm done like screaming about it, she goes, "Sir, you had a catheter in there for like 2 days, all right? And you saw the width of the catheter, so it collects air. So now your penis is just expelling air." And I'm like, "Are you effing with me, or is that true?" She's like, "It is the truth." So now I'm back in bed, and I'm just looking at my junk, but the most delicate touch, right? You press it anywhere. It's just, and the tighter you squeeze, the bigger the fart kind of thing. So now you're laying in and this is so stupid, but it is true, but you're laying in a hospital room, you're just by yourself, there's nothing on TV really. So the only thing you could do to entertain yourself was make your penis fart, right? So I'd poke it on one side of farts or grab it real hard and it does the big. And then the really sad part about all of this is after about 18 hours maybe, it goes away. And now I'm just bored again. I'm like,
now you're just playing with it with no noise.
I want my penis to fart again, man.
Why are you in the hospital, and who are you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Stop playing with that thing.
I'm just going to say, when you don't know that's going to happen and it does that, it is jarring.
Jesus, man.
To put it mildly.
Look, I've very, very, very few memories of being 3 and 4 years old.
Sure.
They're fleeting. I don't remember most of them. But I do remember either it was my uncle, my grandfather, stepfather, like, "Miles, get your hands out of your pants."
Mm-hmm.
There are people around, get your hands out of your pants. I'd be like, "Okay. Sorry, my bad."
Why were your hands in your pants all the time? Just because it was there?
Well, I didn't have any toys.
Want to make sure it didn't fall off.
There it is. There's my boy. There's my guy.
It's still there. All
Get
right,
your
good.
hands out of your pants. We're eating dinner.
I didn't have to go through that, man. I'm thinking now.
Pretty sure, man, it was all the time. I don't know how long it was, but I know it was.
He was 17 when it finally stopped.
Please, we're in a Denny's.
Come on, Miles. You're at your graduation. Get your hands out of your pants. Hello, David. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
Good. Hey, I called a couple months ago about my brain tumor. I was the kid that had the Cushing syndrome.
Okay.
And recently I went back for my last checkup with my neurosurgeon. He was my brain surgeon. Well, he was actually my brain doctor. And he did a physical exam on me. And he felt some nodules on my throat. And 2 weeks ago, I went in and I had my thyroid removed. He found that I had cancer in my neck.
Damn.
What's next?
Yeah. No shit, right?
Oh, hold on there. Well, I mean, hopefully you can. Just take a Metamucil.
Once again, bedroom colors, here are the 7 words
Like someone
you
just
can't
learned the
say
language.
on the radio.
No S.
Sucker.
Laxative?
Mother, and please keep those words in mind when calling. Now, back to the program.
So did that clear out all of the cancer or what?
So so far they think they got everything out. It was in my thyroid and then my parathyroid. They removed 3 of my parathyroids. They took the cancer off one of them, put it back in, re-implanted it, and then they removed about 15 lymph nodes that it was infected in as well.
Just real quick, how many parathyroids do people have?
So I think they have 4 altogether.
Okay.
And what is the primary function again of the thyroid? I know my mom's had problems.
Is it like growth regulation or hormone
your
regulation?
Thyroid runs like your calcium, and all I really know is it runs like your calcium in your body, because when they took it out, it really affected the way my fingers were tingly. They told me I was having like a very low calcium count.
Okay.
And so what happened with my brain, it was just all of it was a counter. It was messing with each other. From the steroids I was taking because of the brain surgery I had, it made me have super low cortisol levels. So then when they did my thyroid, they had to like counteract it.
I got you.
All right.
Look, man, of all the things
Good
I've
luck.
heard today, I would say diarrhea of the penis is the one that is sticking in my brain the most.
Why were you in the hospital? And who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Walter Cronkite, I mean, this was the CBS Evening News. He was like the stalwart of being serious.
Sure.
Voyager 2 reached Uranus, and it was a big announcement. And as Walter Cronkite, it's finally happened. Voyager 2 has reached Uranus. And he had to look down and stifle the giggle.
Say what?
Right? This is Walter frickin' Cronkite. So the next day, Voyager 2 has reached.
Now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
I can't get that. Hi. Guest host for the next 3 days on TV Time with Ted. Ted is a jet setter. Last weekend, he went down to see Fish in Vegas.
Correct.
This weekend, he is in Miami as Formula One is racing down there. So I drew the short straw, so I get the first crack at TV Time with Ted.
Yeah.
Steve, you said you're good on Monday's program?
No, Mike took Monday. So
If you want to take Monday, you take.
No.
I'm the closer out here. I will go ahead and I'll head it up on Tuesday.
You take Tuesday. Okay. So yesterday during Big Dummy, we had a question that was based on what band sang the theme song from the TV show Friends. The answer was the Rembrandts.
Yes.
That got me thinking about popular bands that do theme songs. Now, the thing with the Rembrandts is they had the song before the TV show.
Had you ever heard the song before the TV show? I had not personally.
I knew of the Rembrandts. I'm not sure I knew that particular song.
I did not even know that it was a full song. My wife and I were at a store somewhere. We're waiting in line, and the song was playing over the speaker. I did not know it was that. Then when they hit the chorus, the I'll Be There For You, I was like, what, this is a song?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, dummy.
As we said earlier, Golden Girls, that's Carole King, but that was a song that she'd written.
Thank you for being a friend.
Years ago.
What was the song, Wonder Years? What would you do?
Yep.
Joe Cocker.
Joe
right?
Cocker, yep. Which is actually a Beatles song. Yeah.
Really? Yeah, little help from my friends.
Okay.
Yeah. There are originals. Waylon Jennings did the theme from the Dukes of Hazzard, but they're not. Alan Thicke used to do
everything.
Themes from game shows, you name it. He probably did 5 or 6.
Yeah.
But so I was looking at artists that actually did an original theme song from a TV show. And doing the research, what I found is that from the majority of all these themes, the most end up coming up in children's programming, in children's shows that you did not know, probably because, number one, more than likely you're not watching the show if you don't have kids.
But would these children even know who the artist is? So if my kid watches the show and I go, dude, that's Tom Jones.
One on the list, maybe.
Okay.
One on the list, maybe. And that's the last song we'll do. Maybe. But that is it. So what I have for you today is I have 10 themes from children's shows. Your guys' job is to guess and see if you can figure out who the artist is. And we'll start with the theme to Pee-wee's Playhouse. Now the hints on this one is, Steve, you have seen this artist in concert.
I don't know how I feel about that. Cyndi Lauper.
It is Cyndi Lauper.
Okay, now, I saw her a year and a half ago, 2 years, whenever she was in town.
Oh, yeah.
It was a fantastic show, but you're saying that, and I'm going through my head like, bro, it has to be Cyndi Lauper. That
you can hear it. Listen.
Yeah.
Only Cyndi Lauper could do that. Okay, so Pee-wee's Playhouse done by Cyndi Lauper. All right. The next television show is Curious George, and we're going to go back to New Orleans as the hint on this theme.
You never know what's around a bend.
I think I saw, is it John Batiste?
You're close, but
is it his dad?
This is one of the most famous New Orleans Godfather musicians.
Godfather musicians in New Orleans.
Because this does sound like John Batiste's voice, so it's not him. Like Count Basie?
It's Dr. John.
Damn.
Dr. John doing Curious George's theme.
There's not a child in the world to be like, that's so cool.
Right?
It's Dr. John.
Yeah, they don't know that one.
Put it this way, Ted's mom is a huge fan of Dr. John.
Really?
She is 78 years old. Just give you an idea.
Dr. John been around for a while. I don't know if he's still around anymore, but yeah, there you go. All right. Next television theme song is Malcolm in the Middle. I don't think we're going to get this one. But the artists were very popular in that 80s, late 80s, early 90s a British invasion wave, much like Pet Shop Boys.
Oasis.
Or, Crowded House or any of those. So here's the theme from Malcolm in the Middle.
Yes, no, maybe. I don't
But I've heard of this band.
You have.
Can you repeat the question?
And they did a ton of children movie theme shows.
Gotcha. Have we played them on this radio station?
No. Matter of fact, I don't even think the end. Maybe they play one
I was
going to
ask as the end. All right.
Yeah.
So this is you said 80s, 90s, kind of the re-British
Same
invasion.
areas like Stone Roses and Charlatans UK.
Gin Blossoms.
Not too far off. They Might Be Giants.
Wow, that's them.
They do the Malcolm in the Middle. All right. This one you guys should be able to nail. And the only clue here is he is his own artist. He has had his moments. But his dad was a more famous musician. This is the theme to the cartoon known as Arthur.
Every day when you're walking down the street.
Okay, I'm going to guess that it's a Marley.
It is a Marley.
Ziggy Marley?
It is Ziggy Marley.
It's Ziggy Marley. All
Ziggy
right.
Marley does the Arthur theme.
That makes sense.
It's actually a pretty good song outside of the theme. Listen to that.
Get along with each other.
PBS, man. I don't know what reggae has to do with Arthur was a rat, right? What was Arthur?
Arthur was
Wasn't he a weird looking dude?
Wasn't he an aardvark?
Yeah, he was an aardvark.
Yeah.
That's that what he was? Okay, all right.
Kids love aardvark.
Okay.
There's all the animals in there.
Now, this one deviates a little bit, all right, as far as it's not exactly the theme, but Sesame Street and the Electric Company, they used to do a lot of educational things and songs to teach kids either their alphabet, numbers, whatever the deal was.
Sure.
Kind of like, I'm just a bill, but they would do it more in a remedial way. But this is one of these skits and one of the bits that used to come up on Sesame Street, and it is teaching kids how to count. Now, I'll give you a hint in a minute.
This is the mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
This escalated quickly. An Idaho man is accused of stabbing another man in the head with a screwdriver.
Damn.
Because the guy was talking about medical marijuana at an in-home care facility. What? According to online records, Markadin Miles England, 22, charged with 2 felony counts of aggravated battery. They say April 22nd, police responded to an in-home care facility after receiving reports of a man being stabbed in the head with a flat screwdriver. Police arrived at the scene and saw the man outside the facility being treated with a significant head wound that was bleeding profusely.
I believe that.
Witnesses told the officer that England was inside the home and they were ordered to move behind a patrol car. Now, when he emerged from the home, he was told to get to the ground and he complied. After he was read his rights, he allegedly told the police officer that the victim was a resident of the facility and was maybe distributing pot to another person, according to the newspaper. Now, according to police, the victim was speaking with another facility's resident about medical marijuana cards.
Okay.
England heard them talking about weed, grabbed the screwdriver and a metal pot. According to the records, England struck the victim in the head with a pot.
Oh!
When a caretaker tried to intervene, that's when he pulled out he almost knocked him unconscious. When he wasn't unconscious, England then tossed the victim outside of the residence and began stabbing him with a screwdriver. It is unclear if England was a resident at the care facility, which was not named in the court records. Each count of aggravated battery carries a potential punishment of up to 15 years in prison. So things got a little strange there pretty quick.
For talking about medical marijuana.
He thought he was dealing drugs to this guy. And in the end, the guy said, the guy who was talking to
Okay,
said,
I got it.
we were just talking about, I was interested in getting my medical marijuana card. Idaho, I'm not even sure if they have that available.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they
No,
were just
they
talking
don't.
about the possibility.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a hanging offense over in Idaho to have any kind of.
Idaho gonna be Idaho.
Our question, why were you in the hospital and who were you there for? 206-803-ROG.
Hello, Dan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
How we doing, guys?
Doing good, Dan. How are you, man?
I'm doing a lot better than I was last month.
All right.
So I work in the restaurant industry, and they chose me to be the prime rib carver. And after 8 hours in front of that heat lamp, I was not feeling right. I looked at a buddy and said, I'm going to go get some air. I made about halfway through the kitchen, and apparently I looked like old school Hulk Hogan. My arms seized up, and I just started groaning, and then just took a domer on the concrete floor. So, yeah.
What the hell happened?
Were you working at a buffet?
Yeah, we were doing a buffet on Easter, so
Okay.
it was after serving about 700 people. I was a little tired.
Yeah, brother, I do not envy you. I hated Easter and Valentine's Day. As far as my restaurant years went, those are the 2 days I hated absolutely the most. So, Dan, you normally work in the kitchen, right?
No, I'm actually a catering director, so I plan the wedding parties and the large events, and I just kind of help out when needed in the kitchen.
How do you?
So it wasn't exactly.
How do you? Okay. See, I'm carving the prime rib, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you hide the burnt ends and then put them away so that no one can see them, so that you can have them for yourself later? Like, what is the technique?
We're serving 700 people, so I'm going through like 8 logs of prime. I just set aside like 4 for me, and then I just save the rest for whoever I like.
Yeah, I get it, man.
Okay.
I absolutely get it.
That's the best part.
You did that for 7 hours straight?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So what did they say? You just passed out from exhaustion?
We still don't know. I'm still waiting to get an MRI. I was apparently bleeding from the eyes, the mouth, the nose, just on the kitchen floor in the middle of this massive buffet. All the staff were freaking out. It took 45 minutes or so for paramedics to stabilize me. And then I woke up the next morning at Harborview. Apparently I was airlifted, and I opened my eyes and I saw like the hotel curtains. I thought I just tied one off after that buffet and went, and got a hotel room.
That was your first thought?
That was my first thought. And then I kind of, coming to, and I realized I've got this thing on my beard, and I got a big old beard, but I was fully hooked up to the ventilator. Yeah, it was nuts, man.
So do you have any recollection? I mean, obviously you remember carving the prime rib, but I mean, of passing out or any of that?
No, as soon as I walked around the corner in that kitchen, I don't remember anything when waking up.
This is what sucks. You got a helicopter ride. I would want to be somewhat alert just so I can look out the window and go, all right, I'm in a helicopter.
Bro.
You're going to get the bill for it.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
If I'm paying $100,000 for, a helicopter ride, I want to experience it.
Yeah.
But
Can you
that
buzz me around the San Juans, the Space Needle, something?
So have they... I know you said they're not quite sure. Have they made any suggestions of what it might be? And again, this just goes back to the bill. Like, look, man, don't tell me you have no idea, but also I'm about to drop $100K on a helicopter ride. Like, give me something to work with here.
They have not gotten back to me. Like, the EKG came back clean, but we're still waiting for neurology to look at the MRI or get an MRI scheduled. And they said it'd be like 30 to 60 days. So I'm kind of in that weird phase where, like, could I pass out at any time? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, now, do you think that the helicopter ride, do you think it was specifically because, like you said, you fell face down on concrete, or is it because they think possibly there was some neurological thing?
I'm not sure. I really have no more details other than that. Here's the messed up part, guys. Like, I got injured at work. So that's L&I, right? And now L&I is trying to fight me, saying the seizure is my fault. So...
It's L&I, brother. Listen, L&I is like insurance. They're going to, in spite of you paying into it, they never want to give you the money back. Yeah. That's it. I'd reach out to Patrick Palace. I mean, that's what the man does if they're going to play this game. Because here's the thing. You were at work. That's the whole point. You went down at work. You were doing your job. You spent 7 hours covering up delicious meat for people to eat on Easter.
I hear you. It's a messed up system, man.
Yeah, seriously. Reach out to him,
But seriously, as far as driving and all that stuff, like if you're an epileptic, there's a bunch of things. Like when my daughter had her seizure, after that all happened, and kind of settled it, and I started doing some research and everything. I'm like, kid, if you're going to go swimming, you need to go swimming. You need to do the buddy system, which they tell you to do anyway. I mean, but you need to do the buddy system in a pool.
Everything. Yeah.
You know, like typically they tell you that a lake, ocean, whatever, the river. But man, and then when she would drive, she drove down to San Diego, up and back from Seattle. And
by herself?
Yeah. And those were just the times where I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, of course.
You know, because if something happens, you know, this is when you have that medical emergency. And, you know, that's the cause of the wreck.
And by the time you would even find out.
Yeah.
When I was like, hey, but dude, seriously, man, reach out to Patrick Palace. This is what the man, you know how LNI is. Like I said, it's like anything. They can do everything they can to skirt their responsibility, but this is what the man does.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Jared. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hola.
All right, so when I was like 17 or so, I had my wisdom teeth removed. And normally they come in vertically, but mine came in horizontally.
What?
And so, yeah.
So they were coming up sideways?
Yeah, so they were coming back to front. And so they took them out with a chisel.
Mm-hmm.
And in the process, they broke my jaw, both bottom sockets, and the top left socket. And then the oral surgeon did a really poor job.
Did you get this done in an alley behind 7-Eleven? I mean, these are licensed people, right? Good God, man.
Yeah, it really sounds like it was done right about next to a dumpster. You know, just something off the internet.
I mean, it does.
$6, right? But he left bone fragments in 3 of the 4 sockets.
So he didn't get all the teeth out.
Well, he got all the teeth out, but he left fragments.
Okay.
Like little shards.
Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, a couple of weeks later, right, these fragments begin to rot after he stitched them up inside. And it ended up leading to me getting periodontal necrosis, which is necrosis of the gums, where your gums actually die and rot.
How fast were you able to get that taken care of? Was that emergency surgery?
Well, I went into my dentist, who I've been going to since I was like 4. You know, once my mom's like, "Oh my God, your breath just smells like death," and he just went in and he just cut open some of the stitches that were still there, and he was just like scooping out pus out of the socket. Right, and you know, during the first 2 days, because I have a couple of prescriptions that I'm on, and they had me on so many different like disinfectants.
Okay.
And then all the trauma from, you know, breaking my jaw and all that. I wasn't able to sleep, and then all the medications just mixing. I ended up having 8 seizures in 2 days.
Jesus, man.
What about now, all these years later? Like, what is your situation now? Is that now behind you, or are there still complications from all that?
My jaw on the right side locks up a bit. But, you know, it's fine. You just kind of like pop it back into place. But other than that, I'm fine.
Did the dentist say that was medical malpractice?
No. So unfortunately, we weren't able to prove that it was malpractice or negligence, just because those are side effects that can occur, and they make you sign something at the beginning.
Okay. Well, a car can fall on you if you're working underneath it, but I mean, it's typically not what's supposed to happen.
Anything can happen.
Well,
right?
But if you do it right, hopefully it does not happen.
Wow,
But he didn't do it right, which it just sucks that that happened. So, I mean, you really get the short end of the stick, but, you know, that's what those liability waivers are for in their case. And unfortunately, it didn't go my way.
Yeah. That sucks. I mean, especially with the teeth. You know, teeth, eyes. There are a few things out there that just, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you use your mouth pretty much for every damn thing. I feel weird about the idea of signing a waiver before you do a surgery. You know what I mean? Like, look, I understand that things might go wrong. I think we all do. We get that, man. It's a delicate procedure. It's what you've been trained to do, but any one of a million things can go wrong. We understand that. Like, I would sign a waiver that says, I don't know, if a fly defecates on my intestine, that's not on you. I understand that. But, like, you're going to cut me open. You got all these tools. If if you do something wrong, you still need to be held. Okay, imagine getting in an Uber, all right, and he's kind of drunk, but he says, look, just sign this waiver. Sign this waiver. I may or may not get you home, but it ain't on me if I don't. That just seems ridiculous.
I would not go back to that surgeon, though, for anything.
No.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Brock. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitches.
Hola.
So I've had many trips to the hospital. One I've told you guys about when I put my hand through a table saw and I went to Harborview. That one was not fun. But this one, I was sick. And so I ended up going to my doctor, and this was back in the early 2000s. And I had a sore throat and, thought it was going to be strep throat because I've always got strep throat. And when I went this time, they had this new test to test for strep throat. And they said, you want to try this? And I'm like, okay, sure. And so they did it, and it comes back negative for strep throat. He just thought I might have a virus or whatever. So I go home. I start running a really high fever. Throat gets worse. And then I start having a coughing issue. And I run a high fever, but at this time I was running 103 to 104 for days, and they still, couldn't figure out what's wrong with me. My ex-wife, we were married at the time. We have 2 kids, and one of the kids was in school. The other one was home. She made him stay home with me. So I'm sitting there laying in bed, just practically dying, and I had my son with me because she didn't want to pay for daycare. And all I could do was put on a movie, and it played over and over and over again like a loop. It was because it was right around Christmas time, and it was the train movie with Tom Hanks in it.
Polar Express.
Polar Express, yes.
Well, that movie
I heard
sucks.
that thing about 20 times in a row. It was just terrible. But they finally I go to the doctor again. They do a chest X-ray on me. They see that I have an abscess on my lung and that I have pneumonia. And there's a 1% chance that I have tuberculosis, so I need to go to the hospital and I need to be admitted. And they put me in like a bubble room to where people, when they came to visit me, I was there for a week.
Did you meet Sugar Ray Leonard?
That's where I was going. No. Take the kid out of the bubble. Sugar Ray's there. Don't worry about it. No, you don't need gloves or anything.
It's cool. It's
Sugar,
cool.
you're good, man. No mask required, man. Sugar Ray Leonard.
Right.
I tell you, though, when they finally diagnosed me, though, I felt so good because I was really sick for a week, and it was just like the worst feeling. Like, what is wrong with me, And they said that I look like a homeless person with the abscess on my lung and stuff. It's like, yeah, it was bad.
You don't have to insult me, bro. Just tell me what's wrong.
No, Sugar Ray Leonard, let him in.
Let's go. Take him out of the bubble.
He comes to every hospital, goes to the bubble room.
It's fine.
Kids take pictures.
The bubble room.
When Ted told me that story, I just about lost it. I was just like, oh my God. I'm listening to him say this story, and it all seems normal. It's like,
because he was so excited, like, I don't remember, but apparently I got to, like, shake hands or meet Sugar Ray.
You took a picture with him.
Like, you were in a bubble.
Yeah, but Sugar Ray came in.
So like,
It makes it okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take a kid out of the bubble. Sugar Ray Leonard.
Kid's going to remember this forever. Exactly. He'll be fine.
Jesus Christ.
Take him out of the bubble.
Everybody else got gloves on. They look like they're sweeping up, like radioactive crap.
Not Sugar Ray.
Not Sugar Ray, man. Don't even wash your hands. Sugar Ray, you're good.
Sugar Ray's on it.
Why were you in the hospital, and who were you there for? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Zach. Welcome to the men's room.
Damn it.
Hola.
Hola.
So I was the one in the hospital, and quick backstory on why I was in the hospital. It was one of my last years playing. I did adult semi-pro football for probably 9 or 10 years, and it was one of my last years playing. And we're at a practice. I'm playing offensive line, go to get into a pass block, and instead of basically anchoring down and waiting for this guy to mess up on a move, I, for whatever reason, lean into it, catch an elbow right at that soft spot between where the cartilage meets the bone on the nose, and ended up 2 black eyes. My nose basically looked like it had almost like a divot on a golf course. It was pretty gnarly, and ended up basically having to have a nose job to have it redone.
I was going to say, you probably had such a deviated septum after that. They had to straighten it out. Did they put those big stents in your nostrils? Like the big plastic discs?
They knocked me out for about half an hour, so I have no idea if they did that or not. I was out cold.
Do you breathe better now through your nose?
Yeah, no issues at all.
Okay.
There's the blessing, right?
That's the good news. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Well, they drilled my nose for the first time. I have these big plastic discs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They were in my nose, and they were in there for like 3 or 4 days, maybe, whatever the length of time was. She says, I want you to come back, and we're going to take these discs out of your nose. Now, you talk about being able to put a quarter in your nostril.
That is correct.
These things are almost the size of an old school silver dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even realize they're in your nose. She pulled this damn thing out. I'm like, there's one more of those in there? Those have been in my head for the last 4 days. I could not believe how big they were.
And what does it just keep your septum straight?
I got a big nose. Yeah, basically it's 2 stents on each side of the septum, right?
Yeah.
I just could not believe that was in my head for that, like just sitting in my nose. I mean, it was seriously like egg size, not the fatness, just a flat disc.
Here's my question. How flexible is a human body, all right? So as a guy, I have sometimes poop, and I look in the toilet, and I'm like, how do they get out of my little teeny tiny butt, okay? I mean, because it's just... But I go, okay.
As teeny tiny as you think, buddy.
Apparently, what are we determined? You can fit like 2.5 raccoons in the rectum or something like that. But you look in the toilet, I'm like, oh my God. And then women, I understand this. They will give birth to a baby. And they're, 7 pounds, 5 ounces, 20 inches, whatever it is. And I'm looking at the vagina like, no wonder you were screaming. No wonder you want the epidural. I get
Makes you feel inadequate, doesn't it?
The catheter that they put in my junk, I'm looking at the width of the tube on that thing, and it made me very, very uncomfortable. And then, Miles, you get these big-ass discs in your nose. Like, how flexible is the body? Because if I said stick these in your nose, you would not do it.
No.
If you took something the size of an average turd and said place this in your rectum, I would not do it.
Agree.
If I said take this baby, we're going to stuff it back in there. Like, there's no chance you would do it.
Well, sometimes, man, you'll take a poop and go, where did that come?
That's what I mean. I'm like, how did that I should have been bleeding. I should be in pain. I should have been crying. Mm-hmm. I don't get it. Hello, Chris. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Okay, so 3rd grade, I'm riding my bike home. That's all I remember. I wake up on a stretcher in the hospital holding my principal's hand with one hand and my mom's hand with the other.
And then the principal is holding your mom's hand with his open hand.
Well, he's holding one of my hands.
Yeah,
and
then they're holding each other.
What happened, or what they determined to happen was I got sideswiped by a vehicle while riding my bike home. First thing to hit the pavement was my eye socket, which is amazing that it didn't shatter. To this day, you can see it. I still have concrete embedded in my eye socket that my mom didn't want them to dig in there and remove for fear of messing up the growth of my eye socket into my adult years and whatnot.
Is it just permanent now? Is that something that's going to be there the rest of your life?
I'm 41 now. Yeah.
So
out.
You're being 41. This was pre-helmet bicycling days, right?
Yeah. This is 3rd grade. This is 1993-ish.
Okay.
And this is when it was. I can't even say semi-safe to ride home because this happened. But I mean, it was legit. I'd never had an issue riding to practice or anything, and we never know what happened. Now, suspiciously, my mom 6 months prior, 6-ish months prior, had broken up with her long-term boyfriend that we lived with, and we had moved out on our own.
You think he tried to drive your ass off the road?
I don't know. I was not a great little kid, to be honest. I was kind of a butthead, but
so the person that hit you did not stop.
Oh no! My principal found me in a ditch, on her way going home from school that day.
Jesus!
So this was after school, and had she not found me, I have no idea. I wish I could send you guys the picture. It's on a Polaroid at home, where my entire left side of my face was stripped by the skidding on the road.
Okay, you don't got to send that, man. Don't worry about it. We're okay to not see that.
Yeah, most Polaroids you see are really entertaining.
Yeah, that's I don't need to see that.
You dated her? Get out of here. Coming up, your guess is as good as mine. The categories include today the states that are the hottest in the U.S. And, of course, being May the 4th, we have the 10 best Star Wars characters of all time. So we'll do that at 4:30, right after emails on our question from the men's room at KISW.com.
from coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May 4th, the unofficial holiday of Star Wars and Star Wars fans.
Yeah, man. May the 4th be with you, Stone.
Same to you, Felix. May the 4th be with you. You know that this day, as the unofficial Star Wars holiday, dates back to 1979.
It's been around that long?
It truly has, but its popularity has increased more recently with the release of the additional films.
How many Star Wars movies are there?
I can think of 11 off the top of my head, but there are 9 in the main storyline.
9? Wow, I've never seen any of them.
What, girl? You've never seen a single Star Wars movie?
No, I know I'm in the minority, but I just haven't seen any. My friends tell me I should binge them all from the beginning.
Which beginning?
I don't understand what that means. A beginning is a beginning.
That's not necessarily how it works in the Star Wars universe, Bonnie.
Star Wars was the first movie?
Well, yes, but that wasn't the beginning.
How is the first movie not the beginning?
Okay, listen. Star Wars was the first movie, then it had 2 sequels. Then years later, they released the prequels, which were kind of like sequels to the original sequels.
The prequels were sequels?
The prequels were prequels, but yes, they were the sequels to the original sequels.
So they released the sequels, then released the prequels to those sequels?
Yes.
And did the prequels have sequels, or were the sequels to the sequels the prequels?
The prequels each had sequels, but all 3 prequels were the prequels to the sequels.
So when they released Star Wars,
you were watching the sequel to the prequels. Then they released 2 more sequels.
Which movie starred actress Daisy Ridley?
Oh, those were the sequels.
To the prequels?
No, to the sequels. The sequels to the prequels were the original sequels. You're talking about the sequels to the sequels.
So Star Wars was the first of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley?
Now you're catching on. The first Star Wars was a part of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley, but the first sequels released after the initial sequels were the prequels to the sequels.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. So which movie should I watch first?
Well, Felix and I are of an age where we would say to start with the original sequels, then watch their sequels, which are the prequels, then finish with the sequels of the sequels.
Agreed, Playboy. That's how we did it.
But if I start with the original sequels, shouldn't I watch the sequels before I watch the prequels that were sequels?
Or just start with the sequel to the sequels we know as the prequels and watch all of the sequels of the prequels and the sequels to the prequels.
So, watch the story from the beginning?
Yeah, but if she starts with the original sequels, maybe she should start with Rogue One.
Was Rogue One a sequel?
No, Rogue One was a prequel to the original sequels.
Oh, so it came out before the original sequels.
No. Rogue One is a prequel to the sequels, but it was released after the first sequel to the original sequels.
The prequel to the original sequel was a sequel to the sequels, but released after the sequels to the sequels? But after the other prequels.
Rogue One was a prequel to Star Wars, the original sequel. But the Star Wars prequel was released after the first sequel to the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
And after the prequels of the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
I think I'll just watch Harry Potter.
The Force is not strong with this one.
No, it is not. We will be back.
Walter Cronkite got him in. This was the serious evening news. He was like the stalwart of being serious. Sure. Ward 2 each north. And it was a big announcement. Walter Cronkite.
Hey, what's going on? Check out the shoes.
From the Sandwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day parade. I love Stanwood. So shout out to all my fellow Stanwoodians and to everybody that is here celebrating our tiny little town. Thank you guys for being here.
Football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The number one word that comes back every single time is community. And we can feel it today.
That's why I'm here. It's a public service announcement.
My watch told me I was in a loud environment. I think it's right.
How we doing, Karen?
So great, this is amazing. Best turnout ever.
Good Lionheart. Woo!
Thank you everyone for coming out to Stanwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Stanwood, man. It's
Thank you,
fun,
Stanwood.
Thank you, everybody.
KISW. We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Your guess is as good as mine. Couple of our categories include the states that are the hottest in the U.S. and the 10 best Star Wars characters. We're going to try to lean you into that one today.
Yeah.
Being that it's May 4th. Your guess is as good as mine. Coming up after these emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Few from our question, why were you in the hospital and who were you there for? Let's see here. All the guys broke my right arm, both bones at the wrist, year and a half ago. 66 years young. And it's still messed up.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I've been in the hospital more times than I care to count, August 12th through December the 2nd, for pressure ulcers. They removed a massive amount of tissue from my left thigh to my left ass cheek. By far the longest hospital stay. That from your friendly neighborhood amputee Tyson. Oh, here's a good one. A few years ago when I was going to Wazoo, I had a girlfriend let me know that she tested positive for chlamydia.
Cool.
I went in the hospital, got checked myself. Test results came back negative. Turns out I'm immune to chlamydia. Or she cheated on me. I prefer to think I'm immune.
Chlamydia immune.
Go Cougs. That would never happen in college. Are you kidding me?
Especially not Wazoo.
People fooling around like that. God almighty. I spent a lot of time in the hospital those years for crap like that.
I was going to say, yeah.
Jesus.
Those years.
So for me, I was diagnosed type 1.5 diabetic. Again, when I was 21. Cause of that was my immune system developed an antibody that destroyed the insulin that I produced. Okay. Here's one for you bitches. Back in 1984, I was 15. Me and a couple buddies were drinking with some college chicks and their male friends. They had a problem with us. We were just high schoolers, and they were members of the OIT football team. I figured I was going to need some help, so we headed over and got a couple of my brothers from another mother and headed back over. Numbers were pretty good at first, but then the two original guys I was with took off like scared sheep. That left three of us, and all of a sudden, they were coming from everywhere. We all said run, and off we went. Woke up the next day in the hospital. Only thing I remember was taking a leak on the way home, and the cop stopping me and said I looked like I was in a fight. I said no. He said, look in the mirror. Told him, guess I'd been in a fight. I was a fourth mile from home, so he just sent me on my way. Good times. That from Raymond, the transplant from Klamath Falls, who included a picture. He was pretty messed up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, pick a fight with a football team. Guys went to the hospital for chronic stomach pains October the 10th. Got diagnosed with diverticulitis with an abscess. They put a drain tube in the abscess through my upper right butt cheek. That drain stayed in there for 4 months.
Jeez.
Had to empty the drain 2 times a day and measure what came out of the drain. That stuff smelled terrible. I needed to get 10 inches of my bowel removed. Ended up having a failed colonoscopy on February 10th. Bowel resection surgery, February 11th. Home on the 13th. Getting mentally ready for another colonoscopy in a few months. Wish me luck on that nasty prep. Appreciate you guys. Rock on from Ellensburg.
Hey,
from Jamie.
All right, Jamie in Ellensburg, you just inspired our next band name, 10 Inches of Bowel.
God.
What? Don't make it negative, Mike. It's just the name of the band.
I do that every morning.
10 inches.
Hey, my husband told me I should email you guys because I've had 25 surgeries.
Damn.
Dozens of hospital stays and hundreds of ER visits. I would say the worst was when I woke up screaming from pain in my gut. I've had a gastric bypass, so my stomach is tender. One of my kids called 911. I was taken to the local hospital. Now, since I've had so many visits to multiple ERs, the doctor in charge of my case pulled my husband aside to suggest I get help from my drug habit. My husband yelled at him to do some diagnostics because I'm not a drug seeker in the least. Anyway, the doctor finally conceded to do an x-ray. Next thing I know, I'm getting loaded with Dilaudid. There are nurses everywhere.
Oh, that won't get you hooked on drugs.
Then an ambulance team whisked me away to Seattle for emergency surgery. The x-ray showed a perforation from an ulcer, with stomach acid crawling toward my heart. When I was finally cut open, the surgeon determined that I had about 30 minutes to live. Obviously, he fixed me up, but it was a very painful struggle for several months. That from Cynthia.
Cynthia, you should have a punch card. At that point, like, insurance never wants to pay anything, but like, all right, look, I got my 10th punch. This one's on the house.
All of Michelle's ended up at the hospital to be there for my brother after our tiki-themed gender reveal party ended with a bang. My brother lit the fire pit, which still had an unlit 4th of July mortar in it, and ended up exploding in his face. He ended up in the burn unit. While he was in the back, I was in the bathroom of the waiting area, throwing up blue curacao at 3 a.m. Thanks to one too many blue Hawaiians. Anyway, it's a girl, and he's okay now.
How do you have a blue Hawaiian and
just
yet
a little
girl?
crispy? I don't know, man. I came back from curacao. I had a bottle of curacao in my liquor cabinet for 15, 18 years. Eventually, I just thought to myself, when am I ever going to drink this? Like, look, I like drinking.
Did you open it and drink it?
No.
Why?
It's basically just, it's the splash on top. It's the liqueur. It's not really the main ingredient in the drink.
I know.
It just makes the drink blue.
Sure.
And typically, I don't know anything about the
Better
Pacific
than
Northwest. Most people don't have a readily available bottle of Bacardi rum sitting in their liquor cabinet. That's not the most popular one.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you got this bottle 15, 18 years. It never occurred to you, maybe I would just buy myself a bottle of rum, and then I have an excuse.
Look,
I'm just saying,
look at the bottle of
If I have vermouth, I'm going to go buy gin.
Go to next time you go to a bar.
Yeah,
they'll have it up there.
Of course.
You ask the bartender the last time they picked that bottle up.
When they blow the dust off, they might be able to tell me.
It's them, the Frangelica. What's the tall Italian one?
That's not the Frangelica.
Maybe
the tall Italian one.
But isn't there another big tall one that no one ever uses?
I know the bottle you're talking about. What is the drink that's used for? In all of my years of going to the bar, and I've been to a lot of bars, and I go to the bar a lot, I have never one time seen the bartender grab that long-ass bottle and make a drink with it.
Yep. Okay, time for a couple birthdays brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
Thank you. All of it shows. Want to wish my wonderful girlfriend Brittany a very happy birthday. Here we go. Love taking off those dirt socks and sniffing those beautiful feet. And love the endless nighttime crop dusting.
God.
Love the show, guys. We listen to you every day. Can I get a ladies' man fish sandwich? And Thrill the Dirty Sailor, I'm guessing the captain, talk about how much he loves stinky feet. Rock on, guys. That from Bryce.
Can I buy you a fish sandwich?
Ooh, well, ahoy there. You know, the captain does love him some dirty feet, but I'm very selective, as a fan of Justin Cheetah and all of his Frito-Lay products, I developed quite the hankering. Need some Fritos, and nothing gets closer to the taste of Fritos than sucking on underdogs' paws.
God.
That's why they smell like Fritos. Crunch berries.
Michelle says my fiance Krista's 21st birthday and has been looking forward to it for quite some time now, obviously being 21, yes. She's incredibly smart, sweet, and the sexiest woman I've ever laid eyes on. She is studying environmental sciences at Western and graduates this summer. Can she get a fart compilation? The dirty German, so to speak, talking about how she should celebrate the day. And Coach said, no Coach or Coke Ted today. He's out. Let's see here. Tell her how much I love her and support her. Thanks, guys. That from Deegan.
Yeah. If you're studying environmental science, why don't you pay a little visit to what I call my hazmat hole?
Hey guys, my Margie is 60 today, and she wants everyone to know that May the 4th was her day first, damn it. We love you guys. Mike, do whatever you want over there, but please no farts. Thanks, guys. Okay. That from Mike.
It's time to take off the leash.
Uh-oh, look out.
All right, guys, here you go. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
BG.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Mmm, Schweinefleisch.
Thank you, Mom. Let's get a contestant online there if we could for your guess is as good as mine. 206-803-ROCK. I'll read you one extra one there, and then we will get on to your guess is as good as mine as we get a contestant. Guys, let's see here. In regards to yesterday's question on toys you've owned, I guess this is from last week or last Friday, I got to give a shout out to the 2008 Toy Hall of Fame, The Stick. Had a lot of fun playing in the hills with my friends and our weapons of mass destruction. I still actually have a couple of sticks kicking around. The new toy, bought a 2003 38 Bavaria sailboat here in Croatia. We're going to take a year to sail down to Turkey, sell it, and make a bit of money if we're lucky. It's been really stressful and pretty nuts getting to this point, but hey, last night we stayed the night in a World War II submarine bunker, so it's paying off.
That's good?
Chow, that from the first mate, Nate.
Because you got to stay in a World War II bunker?
I'm guessing so.
Okay.
And one more on adult toys. Olabacholas, I'm an arcade collector. I have nearly 30 arcade machines from the 90s and newer.
Nice.
Most of which are large format, think racing games, games you can sit in. I even have modern Japanese rhythm games that have been imported. I've been collecting for about 20 years. I'm out of space, else I'd have more. Several times a year, I take my arcades to conventions. The Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show is coming up the first weekend of June in Tacoma. I'm a key volunteer there, where my games make nearly 100-mile journeys on 2 trucks. My wife is very tolerating of all these machines living in our house, but oftentimes wonder if I enjoy tinkering on them more than I do just playing the game. That from Arcade Joe in Cedro Woolley.
I would just say those Japanese rhythm games, never played it myself, but when I was at Comic-Con last year, right, they have a little arcade area, and I get some shoot-'em-up games. I'm like, those are cool. The lines for games are all of the Japanese rhythm games.
Oh, really?
And I can't explain it. The kids absolutely love those.
I want a golden tee, dude. Give me a golden tee.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, time for a little Your Guess is as good as mine. It's an easy game to play. We get a contestant on the line there. You pick from one of 2 categories. Actually, only one today. And then you try to get as many right in said category before 3 strikes and you're out. Steve, who is our contestant ready to play Your Guess is as good as mine?
Hello, Gary. Welcome to the men's room.
Hold on, my brother.
Hola. Gary, here we go. You take it May 4th, the 10 best Star Wars characters of all times, or the 10 hottest weather states in the United States.
May the 4th be with you.
Thank you, Gary.
That's a theme today.
Because if not, I had to throw the list away. Okay, Gary. Now listen, here is the trick on this one. All right? USA Today ranked the 75 best live action characters. This includes movies and TV shows. So The Mandalorian and Andor are also included. In case you are wondering, Gary, Jar Jar Binks did not make the cut.
What?
But you know how the game is played.
Thank God.
Out of 75, Mike.
Yes.
75, and he did not make the cut.
That's cruel.
Okay. So you know how the game is played, Gary. Try to get as many right in said category before 3 strikes and you're out. What do you think? That was from Mandalorian.
All right. Let's go. Yeah, Mandalorian, of course.
Okay, Mandalorian number 9. That would be Din Djarin, who is Mando, a.k.a. the Mandalorian. You're 1 for 1. He's number 9. But I tell you what, man, he's my favorite character right now.
Oh, yeah, he's cool. Grogu.
You're going to go Grogu. No, I don't think he's having enough time to marinate yet.
He's not enough time.
He's still young. Grogu.
Right. I'm saying Mando's had enough time to marinate, but not Grogu?
Well, because Grogu, look, Mando's the one fight. Like, Baby Yoda's got some skills.
Sure.
But it's just, every time he does something, it's cute. Like, Mando's down there getting his ass kicked and blowing people up.
That's kind of why I thought the people would like him, man. He's a cute little dude.
Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, Gary, you're 1 for 2. Jesus.
Well, let's not go with the baby. Let's go with Yoda.
Yoda's number 5.
What did you guys think of Yoda?
Correct, you are, Gary.
Just the Star Wars fans, right?
Correct, I am. Sir.
He was fine.
He was a great puppet.
He was a great puppet.
I mean, as far as that goes,
he was badass in the prequels.
He was, but look, let's go to the original. Like he was fine. I get it. I liked him, but it's like my favorites. Like I don't. He's like finding out your old neighbor died that always gave out the king size candy bars on Halloween. You know, I like the guy.
No, but he was
I would mow his lawn for him, but it's
the-
not like he's like my bro. You know what I mean?
Man.
I like the guy.
He was
I'm just
funny when he
saying.
showed up. He's the master.
He was.
Damn,
he was.
man.
All right, Gary, you're right with Yoda and the Mandalorian. What's your next guess?
All right, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Correct, you are, Gary. He is number 7.
Yes, I.
Obi-Wan.
All right.
One
we're
strike.
on a
You've got
roll
3
here.
out of the 10. 7 left.
Oh,
His original name was OBGYN.
OBG, yeah.
Yeah.
OBGO.
He was a Jedi
yeah.
and a gynecologist. Most people don't know that.
Let's go with Princess Leia.
She's number 3. She is 3rd on the list of the top Star Wars characters of all times. So you're right with Leia, you're right with Yoda, Obi-Wan, and the Mandalorian.
Princess.
Somebody here on YouTube says Yoda was awesome. Little hairy homie.
He reminds you of your
Harry
grandmother with like stray hairs, like, you know, like
It does. I mean, a little unkempt, but you let it. You know he smelled
he's got like
bad.
those Trump eyebrows, like hairs flying out.
He lived in a swamp, dude. Of course he smelled bad.
know. I'm just saying. He's one of those.
Nasty dude.
You know when he farted, you just didn't say anything.
He's
You
got
were
the
polite.
He needs Lamisil, man. You see the doggone nails on this guy.
All right, Gary, what do you got?
All right, let's go with Luke the Skywalker.
Luke Skywalker, number 4. The brother of Princess Leia, number 3. So 3 is Leia, 4 is Luke Skywalker, 5 Yoda, 7 Obi-Wan, and 9 is the Mandalorian. So you right now have gotten halfway to home. You're 5 out of the 10 with 1 strike.
Again, let's be legitimate here. Did you really like Luke?
No.
That's what I mean. I didn't dislike Luke. He was just this whiny dude.
That's the reason he's number 4.
And it's his story.
He complained
I get
all the
it, but it's
time.
like, okay.
I've never rooted less for a main character.
I know. Let's hope his father would kick his ass.
That's right.
Okay, Gary, where are you at?
All right, I'm thinking the Lord Master Vader.
Darth Vader?
Number 1.
He's number 1.
Vader.
Anakin Skywalker, Darth. Number 1 on the list.
No. Darth
agree.
Vader.
I agree.
Well,
I know he morphed into that.
No, they're saying that to consider him the same person character.
That would change my perspective.
I'm with
if you
you,
said,
Steve.
look, and I understand that inevitably he became Darth Vader, but Anakin Skywalker was a whiny bitch like his son.
Yeah.
Darth Vader was a badass slaying machine.
Correct.
Okay, Gary, you got 6 out of the 10. There are 4 characters remaining. The favorite Star Wars characters of all times.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough because I'm trying to think of the ones you wouldn't think would be.
One is considered by many to be the most popular Star Wars
Han
character,
Solo.
other than Darth
Well, we
Vader.
got to go with the bounty hunter, Bobo Fett.
Boba Fett.
Not on the list, Gary.
Oh!
No Boba Fett. I thought he was badass too.
Dang.
We have we have 1 droid left.
Screamed like a wuss when he was going to the Sarlacc pit.
Oh, no. Okay, so I got a guess between 3CPO and R2DT, and I'm going to go with the round little TD.
R2D2 number 8. You're done with droids, Gary. There are no more droids on the list.
Yeah, nobody likes
so
C-3PO.
So far, you've got 7 out of the 10. There are 3 left.
That's the reason why only the Ewoks like 3PO.
That's because they thought he was a god.
That's
They didn't
right.
like his ass at first.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 2 of them buddied around together. That is my guess.
I'm going to go with the guy that loved them little Ewoks, Chewbacca.
Chewbacca is number 10.
It's got to be on the list. He's the coolest character there, man.
There's 2 remaining there, Gary. You've got them all but 2.
I believe 1 was already mentioned.
It's got to be. Who was Chewie's friend?
Yeah, we'll have to go with Han, of course. I mean, my God.
He's number 2. There's 1 left, and I will service you if you get this one correct.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, seriously, I will do it. I will do it on stage. I will take
No,
care of
you
you.
won't. I won't let you.
Yeah, I'm dragging you up there.
Miles, you wrote this check before.
I'm going to club you over the back of the head and pull you up on stage.
Is this character from the original trilogy?
This is not an original character.
okay.
Well, it was sort of. It morphed into more of something on a television.
Okay.
On Disney's version of this.
I got you.
Okay, so I know there's a new cartoon out.
Not-
And I'm going to go with the Darth Maul.
Darth Maul's a great call, but that is not.
It was not Darth Maul.
How the hell do you pronounce her name?
Let me see the name here.
Ashoka?
Yeah, Ashoka. Ashoka.
Ashoka's number 6.
Really? People do like her.
Yeah, that much apparently.
Because I heard the show I enjoyed the show, but a lot of people pay on the show.
Here are your top 10 characters. You got Chewbacca at 10, Mandalorian at 9, R2-D2 8, 7, Obi-Wan, Ashoka 6, 5 is Yoda, Skywalker 4, Leia 3, Han Solo number 2, and Darth, as in Wayne's World, is number 1 on the list.
Darth Brooks.
Yeah.
He moonlighted as a country star. And the thunder rolls.
508 will drink and toast for the shot of the day. You are listening to The Men's Room.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May 4th, the unofficial holiday of Star Wars and Star Wars fans.
Yeah, man. May the 4th be with you, Stone.
Same to you, Felix. May the 4th be with you. You know that this day, as the unofficial Star Wars holiday, dates back to 1979.
It's been around that long?
It truly has, but its popularity has increased more recently with the release of the additional films.
How many Star Wars movies are there?
I can think of 11 off the top of my head, but there are 9 in the main storyline.
9? Wow, I've never seen any of them.
What, girl? You've never seen a single Star Wars movie?
No, I know I'm in the minority, but I just haven't seen any. My friends tell me I should binge them all from the beginning.
Which beginning?
I don't understand what that means. A beginning is a beginning.
That's not necessarily how it works in the Star Wars universe, Bonnie.
Star Wars was the first movie?
Well, yes, but that wasn't the beginning.
How is the first movie not the beginning?
Okay, listen. Star Wars was the first movie, then it had 2 sequels. Then years later, they released the prequels, which were kind of like sequels to the original sequels.
The prequels were sequels?
The prequels were prequels, but yes, they were the sequels to the original sequels.
So they released the sequels, then released the prequels to those sequels?
Yes.
And did the prequels have sequels, or were the sequels to the sequels the prequels?
The prequels each had sequels, but all 3 prequels were the prequels to the sequels.
So when they released Star Wars,
you were watching the sequel to the prequels. Then they released 2 more sequels.
Which movie starred actress Daisy Ridley?
Oh, those were the sequels.
To the prequels?
No, to the sequels. The sequels to the prequels were the original sequels. You're talking about the sequels to the sequels.
So Star Wars was the first of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley?
Now you're catching on. The first Star Wars was a part of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley, but the first sequels released after the initial sequels were the prequels to the sequels.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. So which movie should I watch first?
Well, Felix and I are of an age where we would say to start with the original sequels, then watch their sequels, which are the prequels, then finish with the sequels of the sequels.
Agreed, Playboy. That's how we did it.
But if I start with the original sequels, shouldn't I watch the sequels before I watch the prequels that were sequels? Or just start with the sequel to the sequels we know as the prequels and watch all of the sequels of the prequels and the sequels to the prequels. So, watch the story from the beginning?
Yeah, but if she starts with the original sequels, maybe she should start with Rogue One.
Was Rogue One a sequel?
No, Rogue One was a prequel to the original sequels.
Oh, so it came out before the original sequels. No. Rogue One is a prequel to the sequels, but it was released after the first sequel to the original sequels. The prequel to the original sequel was a sequel to the sequels, but released after the sequels to the sequels, but after the other prequels. Rogue One was a prequel to Star Wars, the original sequel, but the Star Wars prequel was released after the first sequel to the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
And after the prequels of the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
I think I'll just watch Harry Potter.
The Force is not strong with this one.
No, it is not. We will be back.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go. Hey.
What's going on?
Check out the shoes.
From the Sandwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day Parade.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having a great time, aren't we? Let's go. Hey.
What's going on?
Check out the shoes.
From the Sandwood's shortest St. Patrick's Day Parade. I love Sandwood. So shout out to all my fellow Sandwoodians and to everybody that is here celebrating our tiny little town. Thank you guys for being here.
Football team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The number one word that comes back every single time is community. And we can feel it today.
That's why I'm here. It's a public service announcement. My once told me I was in a loud environment. I think it's right.
How we doing, Taryn?
So great. This is amazing. Best turnout ever.
Good Lionheart. Woo!
Thank you, everyone, for coming out to Scanwood Shortest St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, Stanwood, man. It's been fun, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
KISW.
I'm having trouble with the spotted dick.
Just want to say for the record, see, it has heating instructions. Ben says we can eat it cold. I say, oh, damn it. I say Ben's wrong. Sorry, Ben.
Idiot.
God damn it.
That's what spotted dick looks like. It's not gonna happen. Alright, guys, yeah, careful getting your hands in these cans.
No, it's gotta just get.
I mean, just get the fork in there, but you will slice yourself up pretty good.
How are we doing this?
I don't know.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Just keep filming. We don't know what the hell's going on today. Where are you doing this? What's your plan, Ben? Come on.
It is Rock Girl Gala Week, and we have more tickets coming up at 5:51, right before the lovely Jolene joins us in studio. And Joe's got them for the rest of the night, too, as the KISW Rock Girl Gala is Friday night. Red, white, blue, and tattooed at Chilbuck Soto, Hinder, and 40 Rock Girl finalists. So coming up, we'll ask you to text blue to 77999. 99 texter is in there. All right, before we get to the shot of the day, it is once again time for the return of Stunts on a Dime. And normally when we place the bets, we go for the standard dollar. Today the ante is a big one, as we are playing for the kegerator that sits in the men's room office. Now, if you've never seen our kegerator, it is one of the most beautiful pieces of appliance that might be on this planet right now.
I would agree with that.
It is in our office, and of course we have a little men's room original red in there from time to time. We can drink it all, but it's one of those things that was given to us as a group. Brian Thorpe, our promotion director here at KISW, can attest to. And Brian, you've been in radio for many years. Radio is one of those things. It's kind of like the impending earthquake in Seattle. It's not a matter of how you're going to get fired or whatever. It's just if. It's just a matter of when.
Sure. Yes, I've been fired.
You have been fired,
Yes.
and you know for a fact that eventually, we're going to be asked to leave for some dumb reason, whether it's drinking on the job.
We're not going to be asked anything. We're going to be told very clearly.
Ratings are in the toilet, but either way, one of us is going to have the opportunity to take this kegerator home, which is pretty exciting. So what we're going to do today for Stunts on a Dime is basically eat a can of Spotted Dick.
That's right. Spotted Dick. There are 4 Spotted Dicks in this studio right now.
Now, we're going to go for exactly 60 seconds. The person who eats the least amount of Spotted Dick is out of contention for the kegerator. Oh. Here it is. This is what it looks like.
Oh.
It's a Heinz product. It's called Spotted Dick Sponge Pudding. Oh, is this mine? Thanks, Ben.
That's your Spotted Dick, Ted.
Made in England, in Haynes, Middlesex.
99.9 KISW. The men's room returns with Miles and Thrill.
Coming up at 5:08, we will drink and toast with the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check out with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. A new study in the UK found that switching to LED bulbs and using a light design program cut home lighting energy use by roughly 15%.
We started doing the LED light thing. Well, they just last longer.
Yeah.
And look, they charge you more for them. But like anything, and look, I'm an old man, so every time I got to change a light bulb, God damn it, I just changed that a year and a half ago. I'm that guy, right? So yeah, we got the LED lights, but man, it takes a second to get used to.
Well,
I'm used to it now, but when we first put them, because we had standard bulbs before,
Sure.
right? And just the way the light hits is a lot.
I'll tell you, my biggest problem with them is oftentimes the way the newer cars that have those lights.
Yeah.
Ugh. How that, I don't know why. It just almost seems like you're staring at high beams.
Yeah, but you're not.
And it's blinding. It's like, man, could you angle those down a little bit more?
Right. And I feel like that's in talks right now to like maybe we nix those things.
Well, because everyone complains about it.
Right. They don't need to be that
Not
light.
the driver, because you do see better, but anyone who's in front of you is like, my God.
Correct. Man. Also, they keep your house from overheating. Those old bulbs, man, they were half the heat in your house.
I discovered last night, thanks to some severe heartburn, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, we got some plants for the house.
Yeah.
And we got these grow lights.
All right.
Apparently, they're on a timer.
Oh.
I woke up around 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm walking out to the kitchen. I'm like, what is going on in my house? Because it looks like the sun is up.
Right.
And the grow lights are on. And I'm like, sorry, neighbors. That's all I could think. Like,
damn.
We're just blasting light out of our windows.
Oops. Apparently, Gibraltar's monkeys will eat dirt to purge the junk food that tourists give them.
Clay specifically.
Why don't they just not eat the junk food?
Because it's junk food. So here's the thing. They eat like vegetables and fruits. But when you offer them a chocolate chip cookie or an ice cream cone, they're going to eat it. But something happens where they feel unsettled, so they know now to eat clay to purge their bodies of all the side effects.
Okay, it's a laxative.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to start eating clay.
But I like that. Are we helping them evolve? Is this how Planet of the Apes starts? We're starting with eating clay from eating a Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookie. Then we got smarter.
The history books. We started by eating clay. A new study out of Harvard and Stanford found that AI outperforms doctors at diagnosing patients.
Okay. Good. I mean, that should be the point of it.
Sure.
That is something you wanted to do, right?
And I feel like maybe that kind of takes that off the doctor's shoulders, who are already doing so much anyway. They're backed up because everything takes 10 times longer than they anticipate it will. So if we can plug this into AI and get at least a primary diagnosis out of the way.
I would think with that, stuff like forensics.
Right.
You know, we said these fingerprints off, and unlike TV shows, like, it takes a couple of weeks.
Right.
Like, if they can snap it up, like, right, that would be the purpose of this.
Exactly. At least rule out a handful of things so that, let's just get the BS out of the way. Let's figure out what it's not so that we can check and see what it is.
Sure.
So, put your thinking caps on, gents. Time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I give you guys a 40% chance of success, but that's only just because Ted's not here. He would totally get it for you guys. It's an adjective brought to you by the letter S, and it describes somebody who is very careful about doing something correctly or something marked by such carefulness. They say she was always blank about her work. An S word that describes
Systematic?
Systematic's not good, not bad, but not the right answer.
Okay.
Somebody who's very careful about doing something is described as this. The word is
succinct.
Steve?
I got nothing.
Scrupulous.
Oh, yeah.
Scrupulous.
Yeah. I didn't realize that's exactly what it meant.
Right.
Like, to me, because when they say someone has scruples,
it doesn't necessarily mean the same thing.
It's more of an ethical thing.
Yeah,
Not that
exactly.
they're smart, they're just moral.
Right. They want to do it correctly.
Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, okay.
In an odd new discovery, reducing air pollution is actually causing the oceans to warm faster.
So we're in a no-win situation.
Correct.
Okay.
So what they were saying there, Miles, is because we are reducing the air pollution, the clouds are thinning out. And because of that, they're not reflecting near as much sunlight, and so it's superheating the ocean waters anyway.
Okay.
It's actually doing it at a faster rate than if we were just blowing all that
I told
pollution
everybody today to get the hell out of New Orleans like there's a hurricane coming tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no hurricane coming. There's like, you need to get out of New Orleans.
You just need to leave. Yeah, they're saying it's in a doomed situation. They are not doing good.
It is. I mean, it's inevitable. And to me, it has nothing to do with the science, blah, blah, blah. It's like it is below sea level, but also it is surrounded by a lake and a river and a gulf.
Correct.
And all that's getting eroded and just basically going to be underwater.
Correct. That's what they were saying, is that it is being engulfed, no pun intended, by the Gulf. It's going to get swallowed
all the
up
marshlands and everything's gone.
in the next 100 years. Like, it's...
Oh, they're saying decades now. They're saying like 20 years.
Exactly.
Damn. They thought maybe a century.
Yeah. It's happening.
So even if they put in the levees, it wouldn't matter.
No.
Not at this point.
They slow it, but they only slow the inevitable. It's coming.
That's exactly it.
So get down there and go to Mardi Gras while you can, because... That's probably going.
I was just saying last week, man, I got to get back down to New Orleans. Now I think I'm going.
Well, Jazz Fest is going on now, right?
Is it right now?
Yeah.
Is it?
God, I know the Eagles canceled their show or 20 minutes early on Saturday night.
The Eagles.
I know they're so old, somebody had a medical emergency. Back to our question.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, damn.
I know they're trying to get WrestleMania back down there, so.
Oh, really?
It might be the last one down there.
Okay.
Scientists have created a hemp alternative to plastic that can withstand boiling water and stretch to 1,600% of its size.
Damn.
Hemp wins again.
All right.
There's so many doggone things that you could do with that. We had old school hemp ropes when I was a kid.
That's why people used to say smoke a rope instead of smoking a joint.
Yeah.
I mean, they used to use hemp for 10 million different things.
Absolutely.
Then it got lumped into legislation with all this other dumb stuff. And then they go like, they're actually, other than smoking weed and two different things, but it does serve a purpose.
Correct.
Yeah.
A really good universal purpose.
Right.
It does a lot. It's the chicken of the
It is super
industrial
versatile,
world.
man.
Yeah, that's right. Super versatile. I
Okay,
like
I'll even go as far as saying it's like the tofu.
The tofu.
Let's stick with
it. Can do whatever you want it to.
Yeah.
You just got to put the right flavor in there.
Someone on YouTube says, hemp for the win.
Yeah. Hemp for the win. Researchers have discovered that coffee altered gut bacteria in ways linked to better mood and lower stress. And that went for coffee, period. Decaf, caffeinated coffee.
Really?
It affects your gut bacteria.
So it's not the caffeine per se, it is everything else in the coffee.
Correct.
What else is in coffee? Because when people say coffee, the only thing you think is caffeine, right?
Right.
As far as whether it's good or bad for you. But then you make the point, like even decaf does this, I guess, positive thing. I'm like, the hell else is in coffee?
Antioxidants.
Maybe.
I don't know. Miles, what day is it, my friend?
May the 4th.
It is May the 4th. It's also Bird Day.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
So because I'm a child, I decided because that is his birthday, what could we do with Bird Day? You know what? There's something fun when it comes to birds. There's a lot of really weird named birds on this planet. There's some funny named birds. So these are the 10 funniest bird names that I brought to you.
Before you get there, why Why are mammaries nicknamed? Because I'm going to assume that the birds had their name first before we came up with what we call boobies.
Because of the mouse
or tees.
Yeah.
It's right? I'm just wondering, like, so I'm going to assume the bird name came first.
I think it might have, because I think with a lot of the identifiers, this is going completely off my cuff here.
Yeah.
I believe that a lot of the identifiers with birds happens with the breast. There's a lot of breast talk when it comes to naming birds. So I wonder if that's just where it came from.
It's got to be. I mean, it's because you're right. They have great names, but please enlighten us.
Yeah, that's right. Some of the honorable mentions that they give us: the lesser-known red-footed booby, the common poorwill.
Poorwill?
P-O-O-R-W-I-L-L. Poorwill. The common
the
poorwill.
saddest looking bird ever.
No kidding. Imagine being called the poorwill. The rough-faced shag.
Oh, damn. We've all been there.
I was going to say, that's just...
We call that last call.
I was about to say that's a 2 a.m. special right there.
Call that when you wake up and you realize what's happening.
The rough-faced
That's what she told me
shag.
anyway. Oh, my God, what did I do?
The yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Yep, I've heard that. I believe Yosemite Sam actually introduced me to that name.
Yellow-bellied sapsucker.
And I thought it was hilarious as a kid until I found out it was a real thing.
Right, it's a bird. And, of course, the great tit.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that one. So these
Notice it's not plural.
Oh, there's only one.
Look at that whole flock of...
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the original name for flock of seagulls.
It's like a
Guys, maybe go seagulls.
It's like a Steve Martin bit. He's looking around on stage. It's like, wow.
Look at all.
There's a lot of breasts in here. There must be
57.
57 breasts in here.
My dad loved that one too. Jeepers. Okay, so these are the 10 funniest bird names that they gave us here. This is AI's ranking of the 10 funniest bird names. So the AI knows comedy. Number 10 being the Spangled Drongo. A name that simply sounds chaotic, thanks to the Australian usage of drongo.
It sounds like something that would kill you.
Yeah, it sounds like a Game of Thrones character.
That's what I mean. Oh, dude, you're about to face a spangled drongo, and you're S in your pants and some little ass bird.
Right. What up, dude? You have the the horned screamer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better than a sweater.
I got it. Wow. The bird with a spike on its head and had a piercing call.
Hello!
What's that dinosaur bird I'm always fascinated with?
The shoebill.
The shoebill.
Oh, yeah.
That thing, man. I would love to have that as a pet. Just walk in every day and that's you look at it, you're like, yeah, man.
What up, dude? That's the best guard dog that you could possibly have, man. That's
no one would have.
Back to the hairless cat. Someone breaks in your house, they look at that and go, hey, we're out. Turn around.
Pack it up.
We're out.
We're not going, dude. Shoebill. The banana quit.
Banana quit.
Banana quit. And it's those two words smashed together. Banana quit. Suggests a bird that quit its job to eat fruit. Say what?
Like adequate.
Yeah. Banana quit. Oh, I'm going to screw this one up. The tinkling cisticola. Tinkling.
That bird just pee on my head.
Do you have a going problem?
Tinkling cisticola. You could be entitled to compensation. Ask your doctor. These are all little birds, too. The satanic nightjar.
Jesus Christ.
Known for its menacing appearance, this bird's name sounds like a metal band. See if I can pull up an image here.
Tweet.
The satanic nightjar. Take a gander at this bad guy over here.
Does it live up to its name?
It looks like it's got a turtle mouth.
Yeah, it does.
That is an ugly freaking bird.
That is an ugly freaking bird right there. And of course, my computer shut off. Hang on one second. We're gonna load this thing back up again. These are the 10 funniest bird names as according to AI, which is a master of comedy. We have here next for your consideration the gray go-away bird, named for its call, which sounds like it's telling you to leave.
Damn,
go away.
I've heard that a lot.
The fluffy-backed tit babbler.
Yeah, I've been accused of that after I'm drunk.
Oh no.
The fluffy back.
The fluffy back.
Fluffy back tit babbler.
Yeah, fluffy backed tit babbler. I want to know, like, is there a fluffy back bird that is not a tit babbler? Is a babbler different than a tit?
Is there a difference between a tit and a booby as far as the bird world goes?
Yes.
Because it's right, they're very distinct, it seems.
Tits tend to be a smaller bird, whereas the boobies is those big. They're what's the word? They're aqua birds. They're
I know what you're saying.
Right. Help me out here. Seagulls, albatross, pelicans.
Right.
Marine.
You know what?
Marine birds.
Well, remember that, ladies. The T's are smaller than the B's. So if they say nice T's, they're not big, but they're nice.
We have the Dixissel.
Ooh.
D-I-C-K.
I'm going to touch that one.
C-I-S-S-E-L. Named after the unique sound of its call. I don't know what call it can make to where it says,
you do.
That's a Dixissel.
You know the sound. At least in my head. I might be wrong, but if you're telling me that's what it's named after.
I can only imagine. Let's see here. The 10 funniest bird names. The blue-footed booby comes in at number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Famous for its bright blue feet, the name derives from the Spanish word bobo, meaning stupid or silly.
I thought originally it was called the Smurfette.
The Smurfette.
Yeah, blue-footed booby.
An Avatar character.
Honestly, when it comes to bird feet, that's got to be the wildest I've ever seen. You know, you got the duck feet, which are they're blue-footed booby feet that are just orange. But at least I've seen other orange feet. I've never seen another bird with blue foot.
Blue feet, yeah.
Like, you could just call it the bluefoot.
No, we're saying booby. you know, they had that debate, and someone's like, no, we're adding booby.
It's a booby.
It's a blue-footed booby.
Write it down in the freaking book. It's a booby. We're doing this now. And then the number 1 funniest bird name. A spectacularly bright bird with a name that is simply hard to say with a straight face. The Andean cock of the rock.
Oh,
all right.
Whoa.
Not touching that.
The Andean cock of the rock. It's a bright red bird.
You know, they actually, so, how do I put this? So the term rooster.
Okay.
Came after the C-bomb.
Correct.
And they had to come up with a different name because once dudes decided that they're going to nickname their genitalia after the rooster, but with the C-bomb, they could not say it in any context where people didn't laugh. So they actually said, we have to come up with a different name for this bird because at this point, it's not out of our hands. There's nothing we can do.
When it was just in our hand before.
Right.
Doggone it, Miles. So there you go. Some funny bird names. A passenger had her luggage bust open during her flight to Dallas, and it really put a damper on the day, Miles.
I wonder what that was.
You won't have to wait long because I believe we're about to learn more about it, but I will revisit it at 5:50.
Thank you, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, have we made it to drinking time?
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today we toast 25-year-old Jennifer Manzanare Herrera.
Okay.
Of Dallas, Texas. I'm pretty sure I said it wrong. Now, last week, Jennifer enjoyed a few days in Las Vegas, but inevitably, the fun has to come to an end, and she flew back home to Dallas. Now, there's all kinds of things that can go wrong when you travel, and in Jennifer's case, her suitcase split open on a return flight. Now, luckily, she did the traveler savvy thing, had her name and address tag attached to her luggage. That way, of course, the baggage handlers could reach her. Unfortunately, she had 75 pounds of weed and only weed in her suitcase, so it was the authorities who contacted her and arrested her. And that's a hard get-out-of-jail-free card when it's like, ma'am, that is your name, that is your address, and the only thing in your suitcase is 75 pounds of vacuum-packed weed.
Two different suitcases. One busted open, but think about that. So she basically had 36 pounds of weed in each suitcase.
Pounds of weed. Now, Mike, when you cover the story in headlines, I do have a question. Maybe you'll know the answer, maybe you don't. It's not a funny question. When I read the story, it made me wonder about something, about how we measure drugs. But, Jennifer, come on, man. Make sure it is a top-notch suitcase if that's what you're going to transport. So we pour this booze, and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy!
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola, bichola.
All right, it's going to contest on the line for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next. Steve?
coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May 4th, the unofficial holiday of Star Wars and Star Wars fans.
Yeah, man. May the 4th be with you, Stone.
Same to you, Felix. May the 4th be with you. You know that this day, as the unofficial Star Wars holiday, dates back to 1979.
It's been around that long?
It truly has, but its popularity has increased more recently with the release of the additional films. How many Star Wars movies are there? I can think of 11 off the top of my head, but there are 9 in the main storyline. 9? Wow! I've never seen any of them.
What, girl? You've never seen a single Star Wars movie?
No, I know I'm in the minority, but I just haven't seen any. My friends tell me I should binge them all from the beginning. Which beginning? I don't understand what that means. A beginning is a beginning. That's not necessarily how it works in the Star Wars universe, Bonnie. Star Wars was the first movie? Well, yes, but that wasn't the beginning. How is the first movie not the beginning?
Okay, listen. Star Wars was the first movie, then it had 2 sequels. Then years later, they released the prequels, which were kind of like sequels to the original sequels.
The prequels were sequels? The prequels were prequels, but yes, they were the sequels to the original sequels. So they released the sequels, then released the prequels to those sequels? Yes. And did the prequels have sequels, or were the sequels to the sequels the prequels?
The prequels each had sequels, but all 3 prequels were the prequels to the sequels.
So when they released Star Wars, you were watching the sequel to the prequels. Then they released 2 more sequels. Which movie starred actress Daisy Ridley?
Oh, those were the sequels.
To the prequels?
No, to the sequels. The sequels to the prequels were the original sequels. You're talking about the sequels to the sequels.
So Star Wars was the first of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley? Now you're catching on. The first Star Wars was a part of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley, but the first sequels released after the initial sequels were the prequels to the sequels. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. So which movie should I watch first? Well, Felix and I are of an age where we would say to start with the original sequels, then watch their sequels, which are the prequels, then finish with the sequels of the sequels.
Agreed, Playboy. That's how we did it.
But if I start with the original sequels, shouldn't I watch the sequels before I watch the prequels that were sequels? Or just start with the sequel to the sequels we know as the prequels and watch all of the sequels of the prequels and the sequels to the prequels. So, watch the story from the beginning?
Yeah, but if she starts with the original sequels, maybe she should start with Rogue One.
Was Rogue One a sequel?
No, Rogue One was a prequel to the original sequels.
Oh, so it came out before the original sequels. No. Rogue One is a prequel to the sequels, but it was released after the first sequel to the original sequels. The prequel to the original sequel was a sequel to the sequels, but released after the sequels to the sequels, but after the other prequels. Rogue One was a prequel to Star Wars, the original sequel, but the Star Wars prequel was released after the first sequel to the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
And after the prequels of the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
I think I'll just watch Harry Potter.
The Force is not strong with this one.
No, it is not. We will be back.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Steven Throwhill, please tell everyone on Profile This is played.
Oh, I sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story, something that happened right here on planet Earth. Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Brad. Welcome to the Men's Room.
Hola, bitches.
Oh, yeah. All right, Brad, do you understand how this here game is played? What's that?
Yes, I do.
All right, fantastic. You have a choice today of one of three categories. We have the wonderful world of drugs. We have Bite Me. In other words, what did someone find in their food? And finally today, Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem.
Let's go Animalize.
All right, we go up the road to British Columbia, where animal rescuers. They came to the rescue of an animal that turned out to have its foot stuck inside of a giant oyster shell. The Dewdney Animal Hospital in Maple Ridge, they shared a video explaining that rescuers responded Saturday to the report of an animal that appeared to have its legs stuck between rocks in the water off of Vancouver Stanley Park. Now, the rescuers arrived to find that the rocks in question were actually the two halves of a giant oyster shell. Now, the Post joked that the oyster, quote, got shellfish and clammed up, which really shucked. I just threw it in there. Anyway, the animal and the oyster attached to its toe were taken to the animal hospital to be separated. Veterinarian Adrian Walton injected fish anesthetic into the oyster shell. I did not know that existed.
What?
And then was able to pry the shell open and release the other animal's foot. Now, the rescued critter suffered some torn ligaments, so it was fit with the splint and then transferred to a Wildlife Rescue Association for rehabilitation. The question is, what animal got its foot stuck in the oyster shell? Was it an otter? Was it a blue heron? Was it a fox or was it a raccoon? So otter, heron, fox, or raccoon, what got its foot stuck in the oyster shell?
It could be any of one of them.
That is the idea.
You realize that park has a freaking rainforest in the middle of it?
Does it?
In downtown Vancouver.
Damn, I still haven't been there yet.
What do you think, Ted?
Yeah, Ted, what do you think?
I mean, I'll fill in for Ted.
All right, Mike.
He's not there.
That is correct.
I don't know that a raccoon or a fox would be near an oyster. You know, there's some marine animals that they could come into contact with. I don't believe one's an oyster. So that leaves the heron or the otter. And I think the otter was actually going for it. So give me the otter on that one.
I was going to go with the otter, too.
Okay. I'm going blue heron because I've seen them there. So, is it an otter, a blue heron, a fox, or raccoon? We're going to find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
St. Patrick's Day Parade. This is crazy. We're already having
goes on. You're listening to The Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Categories Animalize this on Profile This. We go to BC where animal rescuers helped an animal with its foot stuck in a giant oyster shell. They put some goo in there or something to open up the thing's mouth.
Fish anesthetic.
Yeah. They were able to pry that bad boy open and get the animal to a rescue rehabilitation center. Question is, was that animal an otter, a blue heron, a fox, or a raccoon?
And Brad, that is a question that we posed to you. And Mike, you ruled out what? Raccoon and
fox.
And fox. And they would not get their foot stuck in there. And turns out Mike is correct, which means it's either the otter or it's the blue heron. And Brad, you agreed with Mike with the otter. Miles went with the blue heron. Well, sorry, Miles. You are correct, sir.
You're sorry I'm correct. Yes,
I'm sorry that you are correct.
Yes. I'm sorry I'm correct, too.
I feel like an otter would rip that thing up.
Yeah, they eat them.
They are mean, dude.
They eat them. They eat oysters.
Well, they don't eat the shell, do they?
No, but they pry them open.
Right, and he's a little more dexterous with his little toes.
Yeah, the otters don't F around.
Doggone it.
Now for all TV news all the time, it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
Yeah, Ted's still sweating in Miami, looking a very large butt. So today's edition of TV Time with Ted will be brought to you by your man Thrill. Now, Miles, you brought it to us Friday. Yep. Mike, I believe that you are on schedule for tomorrow.
Correct.
All right. So, look, man, I don't necessarily watch a ton of TV, although I did tell Mike, and I can't explain this, but the other night, I can't remember if it was last night or Saturday night, I decided I wanted to watch Bugs Bunny cartoons. It is hard to just find Bugs Bunny cartoons. They break it all down. So I went with Bugs Bunny versus Yosemite Sam. I laughed my ass off. And as soon as I was done with that, I watched John Wick 4.
Jeez.
It's all violence. I realized in the end, like, they're not that much different. Except Bugs Bunny, you laugh a little more. But one of the big things apparently happening in the TV world, I did not know this. This is according to the National Enquirer. They are saying there are now reports that Anderson Cooper is pursuing the permanent Jeopardy hosting job, which they say obviously would affect the current moderator, one Ken Jennings. Now, the tabloid cites a source claiming that some fans are weary of Jennings and that Cooper, who's a two-time Jeopardy champion, guest hosted back in 2021, wants the permanent host role. So Jennings, named co-host along with Mayim Bialik back in 2022, he has been the sole host since 2023, but he's facing ratings issues. All right. So the Enquirer also notes that Jimmy Kimmel showed interest, and Page Six reported back in February that Cooper left 60 Minutes after 2 decades, and part of the rumor was he was trying to pursue the job as host of Jeopardy. Apparently, that's the big job to get.
So they must be putting it out there that they're looking for a potential replacement.
I think it's very clear. Now, I don't know about you. Ken Jennings does not bother me as the host of Jeopardy, because Jeopardy is just one of those shows where, look, Alex Trebek was what he was. But generally speaking, I mean, this is a show for nerds, by nerds, for people that know a lot of stuff, and they just found a way to make it palatable for the rest of us. But with that in mind, I did find a list of the people they call the most charming game show host in history. Now, it should be noted that Ken Jennings is, in fact, on the list, in spite of the fact that people apparently don't like him or there's the ratings drops, etc. But we will begin with the most charming game show host ever. We start with Wayne Brady. Now we know who Wayne Brady is. Can you name the game show that he hosts?
Let's make a deal.
Let's make a deal. He's been doing it since 2009. Frankly, I don't mind Wayne Brady, but I don't enjoy that show.
I liked him on Chappelle's Show.
He was great on Chappelle's Show. He was great on, what was Drew Carey do?
Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Whose Line Is It Anyway? Where they
That's
did the
where I first
improv
saw
stuff. He was fantastic. All right, Mike, Richard Karn. Ooh. Do you know the show he hosted? Most of you know him as Al from the series Home Improvement. And then he went on to host a game show. He doesn't host it anymore. It's been taken over.
So he did Family Feud. I knew that.
Family Feud. That's the one. So believe it or not, he had a brief stint in the 2000s, 2002 to 2006. He hosted Family Feud.
I think Steve Harvey does a great job, just reactionary.
He really might be on the list. Speaking of Family Feud, apparently if you're going to be a likable or charming game show host, Family Feud's where you go.
Absolutely.
Because Richard Dawson. Now, for people,
he's very polarizing. So
was he?
Oh, yeah.
What was polarizing? When we were growing up, Richard Dawson
was the host
of Family Feud. That's the one guy that we knew. And I thought he was hysterical when I was a kid. My parents thought he was hysterical when they watched him. He did it from 73 to 78, and then again from 76 through 95. And he was a cast member from Hogan's Heroes back in the day. All right, now we get to some of the hosts that a lot of you won't remember, but they had some classic shows because times and taste have changed. And that would be Bob Eubanks.
He hosted the Newlywed Game.
He did host the Newlywed Game. Now, to give you an idea of what the Newlywed Game was about, essentially, you invited newlyweds on. I believe it was 4 newlyweds or 4 pairs of newlyweds, and they would ask either the men or the women questions about their spouse. But their spouse was not present at the time. Okay, so they're in a soundproof area, and they'd ask a random question, and then this person would give the answer. And we have some audio from some of the better hits back in the day there. Hold on, I grab my mouse, move that over. So, Bob Eubanks from the Newlywed Game. This is one example of what you would hear on the Newlywed Game.
What will your husband say is the one thing he absolutely forbids you to put on his wiener?
Ben Gay.
Now, I want you to understand something about the show. They have 4 people sitting up there. Whoever answered, everything that he asked was always double entendre, without question. But whoever answered first kind of set the stage for everyone else. So the other 3 women answered things along the lines of mustard. And once you say that, you go, okay, that's the wiener we're going with. Next woman says, like, ketchup. Third one says mayonnaise. And, of course, number 4.
What will your husband say is the one thing he absolutely forbids you to put on his wiener?
Ben Gay.
And she was dead serious when she said it.
I was wondering why he used the word wiener.
That's why they wanted everything to be double entendre, and he was a great host for that. This is the one Mike pulled up. You said this is one of your favorites. So again, you'll hear Chuck Woolery ask the question. Or, I'm sorry, Bob Eubanks asked the question. This is the answer given.
Where specifically is the weirdest place that you personally, girls, have ever gotten the urge to make whoopee? The weirdest place, Olga? Yes, Olga?
In the
Yeah. He thought maybe like the back of a pickup truck. Yeah. She went for straight backdoor anatomy there, but that show would never work on
like
TV
her.
now. But yeah, I thought it was a great show.
They didn't believe it.
Yeah, they did not believe it. Next on the list of the most charming game show host ever, because keep in mind, again, apparently the rumor is Anderson Cooper wants to take over for Ken Jennings on Jeopardy. Ken Jennings, I guess, not the most popular host they've had. Ken Jennings is next on the list.
No.
Yeah, they say he's notable for his stint on there because of how different he is from Alex Trebek. And rather trying to imitate his predecessor's charming gravitas, they say he stayed true to his persona, which I guess is an insult because people want to get rid of him.
I think he does a good job.
I think he does a good job, too. Look, man, he's a Seattle guy, right? He earned, I don't know if he earned the right to be there, but he did what he did on Jeopardy.
He has his own style of how he does it, and he seems very nice about it. And where Trebek could sometimes be a little bit more cutting as far as...
Trebek was exceptionally cutting. Where
Ken will give you a little bit more of a laugh and a chuckle and just let you be you without just digging right into it.
Sure.
I think part of the problem is that Trebek was just such a legend in that position. How many years did he host Jeopardy? Do you know? 30, 40 years?
We'll get there. He might be on the list.
Yeah, he might
be
be
there.
Time. So part of the reason why people kept going with that show, in my opinion, is just because that was consistency. You had Alex Trebek on there every single night, and he was the same thing. And that was, for decades, it was a comfort spot. Well, now that that's been disrupted, nobody's going to be able to stand in that position. Ken is doing a fine job. He's not Alex Trebek, is the problem.
Okay, now keep that in mind, because next on our list of the most charming game show host, Drew Carey. And to your point, right, you might have said that Bob Barker can never be replaced, but Drew Carey did a good job stepping into the role. And they say what he did is what Ken Jennings, is what you're saying, that he just stayed true to who he was.
Yeah. Correct.
You're not going to be Bob Barker, so that's where you step in.
But he's got more of a dirty element than Bob did. Other than, I'm talking about on set, not off the screen.
Yes. In real life, Bob Barker is probably dirtier than Drew Carey.
Who has already admitted that he's a dirty guy.
Yeah, and he was straight up about it, long before Price is Right.
That's why I was so shocking about Bob. You're like, well, he did what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bob Barker. Yeah. Next on the list here, they say Chuck Woolery. All right, now they say,
I love Chuck Woolery.
See? Exactly. They say Pat Sajak may have been the most famous host of Wheel of Fortune, but not the only person to have occupied the role. Chuck Woolery initially did so in the 1970s and into the 80s, but he's most famous for being the host of Love Connection, because that was a little looser, a little more fun.
All right.
Next on the list is Ann Robinson. Do you know who Ann Robinson is? No, nobody does. Here's your hint.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
That's it. They just said, look, man.
Over Rebus.
She was, just because she was brutal, and that's how she sent your ass off. You say, it's kind of like Simon Cowell. At first, everyone's mad. She's so mean, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't have time for this. You're gone.
But then it became almost a trademark.
You ended up liking her because it's like, look, man, she's not going to mince words. She's like the mean guidance counselor, and you ended up getting an A in the class, which told you to get your ass together, right?
Yeah.
All right, so next on the list, we go back to the world of Family Feud. Everyone loves him. Steve frickin' Harvey, all right?
He's great.
Yeah, he's got the Steve Harvey Morning Show. He does Celebrity Family Feud. He does Family Feud. You might remember he even did Judge Steve Harvey.
Yep.
Kind of like the People's Court. But yeah, he's been doing Family Feud since 2010. And
no way.
It has been that long, man.
Good.
Steve Harvey, he's basically, as far as Family Feud goes now, in spite of all the hosts they've had, he is now kind of the de facto person that people think about when they think of Family Feud. Next on the list of your charming, this is when we go old school, and these are the guys that no one's really going to argue. Your charming game show host, Dick Clark. Mostly he did the pyramid games, 10,000, 25,000, 100,000. It didn't matter the dollar amount. If it was pyramid, it was Dick Clark. Everybody liked Dick Clark. I'm waiting for some dirt to come out on that dude.
I don't know.
They found 20 bodies in his backyard. He's just a guy. And then the last three they have on the list, it's all the heavy hitters. Bob Barker.
Okay.
Right? I mean, Price is Right became the game show. You watched it with your grandparents. You watched it when you stayed home sick. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Bob Barker was the guy. Alex Trebek. He did Jeopardy from 1984 to 2020. What ended up taking his life? Do you remember?
Who? Alex Trebek?
Alex Trebek.
Stage 4 pancreatic cancer.
Turns out Mike does remember. Yes, it was. And then finally on the list, they say Pat Sajak. I had to look, say what you want about him, but the one thing that Pat Sajak realized is that he's corny.
Yeah.
And that he never backed off from it. Where a lot of people would say, man, you're getting some weird letters from people that's stupid. He knew it.
No.
He didn't care.
He used to
Never
wear a
backed
pink
off.
polo every day.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
You know, the one that I was waiting for that I didn't hear was Gene Rayburn.
Gene Rayburn, he
love
was
Gene
on kind of
Rayburn.
a what do you call it, honorable mentions list.
Okay.
A few other guys that go way back. But yeah, so those are your most charming game show hosts. And even though Ken Jennings is on there, keep in mind, right now, looks like Anderson Cooper is pining to get that job and take it away from Ken Jennings. All right, on that note, it is May. And if you enjoyed television, the one thing you know is that most of your shows are now coming to a close, right? Whether it's the season finale or the series finale. Now, season finale, cool. Wait till September, October, whenever they fire up again. It'll pick back up. Series finale, if you like the show, it is done.
I'm kind of crushed with The Boys.
It is
I'm
over.
watching it slowly because I don't want the show to end.
Well, that made the list. Here's your 2026 TV cancellations as it stands right now. Maybe you watch the show, maybe you don't, but if you do, know that it's on your way out. So, one of them that blows my mind, and I don't watch this show, I have no interest in this show, it is a syndicated daily talk show, Access Hollywood.
That's going away, huh?
As much as people love TMZ and all the BS that goes on in Hollywood and all that kind of crap, Access Hollywood, like I said, it's not for me because I don't care. But between that and Entertainment Tonight, it just shocked me that they're pulling that off there. It's been on for 19 seasons.
I think a lot of that has to do with the times.
Why do you say that?
Just based on the fact that, you know, life used to be a little bit more lighter and fun.
Sure.
And it was easy just to, you know, like kind of celebrate that world because it gave you a little bit of stress relief.
Yeah.
I just think things have changed to the point so much where...
And even Access Hollywood?
Well...
I mean, look, I don't know, but it is leaving. That just shocked me.
Right, it's just that you never ran out of content with that. There's always stuff going on.
There's
down
always
there.
stuff. Right, that's what I mean. Like, you don't have to write for it. You don't have to do... Like I said, it's like TMZ.
But to Miles's point, I don't know that the younger generation is jumping on to watch broadcast television to watch Access Hollywood.
You know what? That might...
They're going on to TikTok. They're going on to Instagram and Reels and whatnot. That's the way that they devour their pop culture.
And to be fair, the celebrities post on social media, so you don't have to wait for Access Hollywood, really, to find out what's going on. This one will devastate Ted and pretty much no one else, but All American. That's that high school football drama. Believe it or not, they made it 8 seasons.
Nice work.
If you didn't watch it, it's gone. Miles, you pointed out Prime Video saying sayonara to the boys. The difference with this is it's not so much canceled as it is discontinued. They've run their course.
I'm sure they might do a movie, or they've talked about other projects, but or a spin-off with 1 or 2 characters.
I would hope so.
And Kripke's done a very, very good job with that show because it started as a comic book, didn't it?
It did. Started as a comic book.
Kind of developed into a in more of a pop culture type of show where they're bringing
Absolutely.
a few elements into there, but what he did with it was fantastic.
Because there was nothing like it on TV. I mean, not consistently.
No.
It just wasn't. But on that note, one of its spinoffs, Gen V, also gone. Only made it 2 seasons. It's gone. So if you're one of the people that attached to that, that's gone. Now we go to network TV, NBC, Brilliant Minds, gone. DMV on CBS, which was a comedy, gone. Miles, you're not going to like this, The Comeback.
Oh, well,
HBO.
So this is the third season, but they've gone 8 years between the last one. So they just let that thing die,
like Larry David style.
When they want to get back and do it, they do it. They never really. It's just the end of it for the time being.
Okay, they're saying, and who knows, that they're ending it. And you're right, after season 3, but it wraps up May 10th. So that's 9 days from now. Let's see here. I have not watched the show, but it's won a ton of Emmys. Hacks.
I've heard of it.
I've heard of it, and I can't remember the lead actress's name, but she wins an Emmy pretty much anytime she's nominated. She'll win a Golden Globe if she's nominated. It's going away.
Dang.
I know Ted brought this one to us before. The Kelly Clarkson show, it is ending. She has her own reasons. They're not canceling her.
That's right.
She is canceling herself.
She's stepping away from it.
I'm done. Late Night with Stephen Colbert. We know that one. Right. It's coming up May 21st. If you're a fan of Queer Eye, gone.
No kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I never watched it, but it had its little niche following.
Sure.
Star Trek fans, bad news to deliver you on May the 4th. Both Starfleet Academy and Strange New World, gone. They're not coming back.
I feel like that's Star Trek, though. I feel like whatever iteration, whatever new generation that they bring out there, it runs for a couple, 3-5 years.
And then it's out.
And it dips. The original was only 3 years long.
Yeah, exactly. And it just had a very long shelf life after that. Some of the other network shows, Watson is disappearing. I don't know anyone to watch that, to be honest with you. The Bachelorette. Now, according to ABC, they're not bringing it back.
Doesn't shock me. Because,
but this was with whatever their controversy was, right? But they're not bringing the show back, not just this season. They're like, we're done with the whole franchise.
Right. So this was kind of a last dip because they had the gal from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives to go out there. She had her big scandal that blasted it out there, and they straight up canceled the season because she's a horrible person. But they were also competing with the Peacock show Love Island that came out. This is my observation, and I think their way of doing it was a lot more fun than Bachelorette. Whereas the Bachelorette was a very cocktail gown or gala gowns, and everybody's put together really nice, and everything's a little
Love Island's just like, I want some butt.
That's exactly what it is. Love Island is a lot more risque and it's uncensored. So
right, look, if you're looking for something that has not been canceled that you'd like to watch tonight, Game 1 of the NBA playoffs conference semifinals. That's on NBC between the Knicks and the 76ers. There's also Game 1 of the conference semifinals in the NBA between the San Antonio Spurs and the Minnesota Timberwolves. If you care, American Idol's on tonight. I know you know that, but apparently Paula Abdul and Randy Jackson are having their big comeback. And tonight's late night talk shows. Jimmy Fallon has Lisa Kudrow, who might address the end of the comeback. Jimmy Kimmel has Jelly Roll. Stephen Colbert is Christopher Nolan, who I'm an apologist for as far as movies go. And finally, Seth Meyers will close out your night with Nathan Lane.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. You're listening to The Men's Room.
Here's your
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on In Action News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May 4th, the unofficial holiday of Star Wars and Star Wars fans.
Yeah, man. May the 4th be with you, Stone.
Same to you, Felix. May the 4th be with you. You know that this day, as the unofficial Star Wars holiday, dates back to 1979.
It's been around that long?
It truly has, but its popularity has increased more recently with the release of the additional films. How many Star Wars movies are there? I can think of 11 off the top of my head, but there are 9 in the main storyline. 9? Wow! I've never seen any of them.
What, girl? You've never seen a single Star Wars movie?
No, I know I'm in the minority, but I just haven't seen any. My friends tell me I should binge them all from the beginning. Which beginning? I don't understand what that means. A beginning is a beginning. That's not necessarily how it works in the Star Wars universe, Bonnie. Star Wars was the first movie? Well, yes, but that wasn't the beginning. How is the first movie not the beginning?
Okay, listen. Star Wars was the first movie, then it had 2 sequels. Then years later, they released the prequels, which were kind of like sequels to the original sequels.
The prequels were sequels? The prequels were prequels, but yes, they were the sequels to the original sequels. So they released the sequels, then released the prequels to those sequels? Yes. And did the prequels have sequels, or were the sequels to the sequels the prequels?
The prequels each had sequels, but all 3 prequels were the prequels to the sequels.
So when they released Star Wars, you were watching the sequel to the prequels. Then they released 2 more sequels. Which movie starred actress Daisy Ridley?
Oh, those were the sequels.
To the prequels?
No, to the sequels. The sequels to the prequels were the original sequels. You're talking about the sequels to the sequels.
So Star Wars was the first of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley? Now you're catching on. The first Star Wars was a part of the prequels to the sequels with Daisy Ridley, but the first sequels released after the initial sequels were the prequels to the sequels. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. So which movie should I watch first? Well, Felix and I are of an age where we would say to start with the original sequels, then watch their sequels, which are the prequels, then finish with the sequels of the sequels.
Agreed, Playboy. That's how we did it.
But if I start with the original sequels, shouldn't I watch the sequels before I watch the prequels that were sequels? Or just start with the sequel to the sequels we know as the prequels and watch all of the sequels of the prequels and the sequels to the prequels. So, watch the story from the beginning?
Yeah, but if she starts with the original sequels, maybe she should start with Rogue One.
Was Rogue One a sequel?
No, Rogue One was a prequel to the original sequels.
Oh, so it came out before the original sequels. No. Rogue One is a prequel to the sequels, but it was released after the first sequel to the original sequels. The prequel to the original sequel was a sequel to the sequels, but released after the sequels to the sequels? But after the other prequels. Rogue One was a prequel to Star Wars, the original sequel. But the Star Wars prequel was released after the first sequel to the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
And after the prequels of the sequels that Rogue One is a prequel of.
I think I'll just watch Harry Potter.
The Force is not strong with this one.
No, it is not. We will be back.
KISW.
It's a crazy show. I can't even imagine. I can't really even describe it because there's so much going on. You can enjoy it from a number of different levels. Obviously, the music. Secondly, there's visuals going on. There's film screens. There's an incredible light show. And then there's performers on every song that are interpreting the song. It's sort of like performance art mixed with, very heavy rock.
Right. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of time for 2 shows. You know what I mean? Is this, are you nervous at all about it in a weird way as far as all the things that are going? I know you guys are in control of what you do. with everything else going on around you. I mean,
well, we've been rehearsing. Yeah, we've been rehearsing with the dancers and the band's, of course, been rehearsing for it amidst writing the record. But also, we're doing a week of rehearsals coming up with all the performers.
Okay.
So everybody will be very
Now,
cued in.
let's bring the ladies up to a microphone. Ladies, go over there and get on the microphone. What is your name, lovely lady? Go ahead and step up there.
Yeah, you, Smiley.
Yeah, go ahead, Smiley. Smiley McSmileson.
Well, my name's Brittany.
Brittany, what are you doing exactly in the cabaret?
Well, we're go-go dancers.
You guys are go-go dancers.
Now, what exactly is it like? If you're like we were saying, there's the go-go dancers, there's burlesque dancers, and in a sense, I guess I know the difference, but I mean, I don't really know the difference. So, like, what separates you from the burlesque style or whatever?
Well, go-go dancers normally accentuate the music, accentuate the DJs or the bands, and we're just a visual representation of what the music is.
Okay.
So
And they
it's
don't
quite
take off
different.
their clothes.
You do not take off.
Okay, we're done talking to you.
Okay. Where are the other dancers? What dancers take off their clothes? Now, what is your name?
My name's Michelle Mason.
And Michelle, how long have you been a go-go dancer?
I'm not a go-go dancer.
Now, what are you?
Well,
She's a cougar.
I'm a cougar, and I have parts.
Michelle, step up to the mic a little bit so we can hear you. Now,
Yes.
what did you say? Now, you're a professional. What now? Besides a cougar.
Well, I'm a role of a little bit of a cougar.
Okay.
And
They caught your buddy in Magnolia yesterday and
I'll
put him
be
to bed.
handing Jeff, along with my coworker, like pills and a drink and stuff like that.
Oh, so you're a drug dealer.
Stuff to get me through the show.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
I'll
part
be
of
dancing.
part of your job to get naked up there.
Oh, partially.
Okay, all
I'll be
right.
dancing a little bit in the end, too.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Next in line there, go ahead, step up.
I'm Miranda.
Miranda, and what are you doing up on stage?
I'm also go-go dancing.
Okay, and how long have you been a go-go dancer?
Well, I've always danced, but this is like the first big show.
So you're pretty excited?
Yeah, I'm stoked.
And you're not going to get naked because you are a go-go dancer.
Yeah, I don't get naked, just
Okay.
the burlesque dancers.
Now,
but-
are you not getting naked because you're a go-go dancers? Because I know you and Jeff might have a relationship outside of the band. Say, did he say, "Hey, why don't you just do the go-go part and not, come on"?
well, I don't like the little nipple tassels, so that's why I'm not burlesque dancing.
Is that part of it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not burlesque dancing because of the nipple tag.
Yeah, I don't like those.
I guess we each have our thing.
Who doesn't like those?
I know, it's my first thought.
The girl wanted to make him swing.
Not me.
That's right. All right, well, next, stand up there for a minute and say your name.
Hi, I'm Marnie.
And Marnie, what are you doing?
I'm a go-go dancer.
You're also a go-go dancer.
Yes.
Do you have a problem with the nipple pasties?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do.
Okay.
How do you keep them on?
Not me.
Somebody smells really
That's
good.
me.
Okay. So far with the practice, are you guys pretty excited about this show?
The men's room returns with Miles and Thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go to Australia, where a woman comes home to a python chilling in her place. Meanwhile, one United pilot has a landing that he would like to erase. To Florida, where neighbors make sure that a drone flies no more, a neighborhood cat takes care of business and shows a coyote the door. And a woman almost transports 75 pounds of weed, but her luggage sucked. It's time for your headline.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my car.
All right, our top story, we go to Dallas, where securing your luggage is probably the best idea. We toasted this woman earlier today. After landing at Love Field, an employee went about his work removing the checked luggage from the aircraft when he found that a passenger suitcase had accidentally busted open. Now, normally this wouldn't be a problem, and it would have been resolved rather quickly. But one said suitcase is carrying a hefty stash of marijuana. Now there's a couple more things that need to be done. Authorities were called when the stash was found, and they were able to find two more bags containing marijuana as well, in all totaling 75 pounds of the devil's lettuce. They were able to identify the owner of the bags because she had everything written there on the bag tags and bring her on felony possession charges.
Normally I don't like lettuce, but I do like the devil's.
Right. As you were saying, Steve, why is weed the only drug that is measured in pounds, whereas everything else is grams?
It's a metric system.
I'll say pounds of cocaine. They'll say
Usually it's
kilos.
kilos. They'll say kilos. Like weed, it's always pounds. It's feel like every other drug.
Right.
It's never. They had this many grams. They had this many kilograms.
Well,
they had, but
if her luggage didn't screw her over, she got out of the Vegas airport with that much weed. So that's typically where that stuff is screened. That's typically where those checks are made. Once you get on and you're good with what you have, typically there's not a backdoor service check on your luggage.
No. What screwed her was her suitcase, because you're right. If they didn't catch it in Vegas, she's probably like smooth
The issue
sailing.
isn't Dallas did their job. They did her job because her luggage failed.
Right.
Exactly.
So does Vegas get a phone call after that? Like,
well, Vegas
hey,
does. Yeah. Hey,
what are you
man,
doing?
75 pounds of weed, you let that go through.
Right. In other news, let's go to Florida, where a couple have had enough. A local drone hobbyist was flying his craft around the neighborhood when he had the misfortune of his drone losing connection while in flight. Normally, this would trigger the drone to return to its home point. Side note, didn't know that they did that. That's kind of neat. But due to a glitch, it landed in somebody else's backyard. The pilot used a GPS tracker to find its last known location, which led him to a neighboring home. He rang the doorbell and was greeted by a shout from the inside declaring, quote, "You don't have an effing drone anymore, sir." Oh. Yeah. The woman inside the home called the authorities after making that statement, and an investigation was launched. Turns out that she was right. She and her husband had been dealing with drones flying over their property several times, and when they saw the aircraft laying in their lawn, they took that as an opportunity to get a little justice back, and they burned the device in their fire pit.
Damn.
Now, due to the expense of the drone exceeding $1,000, this constituted felony criminal mischief for the couple, and they were arrested.
But even though it's on their property.
That's what
I don't
my
like what
statement
they
is.
did.
Correct.
I'm just saying that it's on their property.
Right. This is a mistake. He wasn't trying to spy on anybody or do anything out of bounds. The thing glitched and landed in the backyard. His drone did not deserve to get destroyed. However, it's in their backyard.
And they don't know that.
Right.
They don't know that he's not spying and all that.
Exactly. This is just somebody else who's invading their privacy once again, and now we have to...
Damn.
I can see both sides of this argument, but I'm sorry. I kind of side with the couple on this one. Like, it landed in their backyard. It has no business being back there.
Where they went wrong was bringing it up.
Yeah.
That's all. Hey, man, I don't know. I don't know what to
I
tell
haven't
you.
seen it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know what to tell you. Scary scene at Newark Liberty International Airport as a plane had a bit of a rough landing. A plane coming from Italy was making its landing at the airport when a landing tire came in contact with a light pole on the New Jersey Turnpike. What's more is the plane also made contact with a truck that was driving down the highway, leading to some intense dash cam footage that was shared online. The driver of the truck was taken to the hospital with just minor injuries and was released later that day. Nobody else was injured in the incident. It also, I believe it grabbed onto a pole and managed to hit a Jeep, which I didn't hear anything out of that one. Nobody else was injured in the deal.
Did you see the video?
Yes.
Yeah.
Horrifying. I don't know how that truck driver managed to just get by with a couple minor injuries that just needed to be checked real quick.
Well, they had bread all over the road. Driving a bread truck. So you know it's not a heavy truck.
Yeah.
When you think about cargo, it's pretty easy to tip that thing over.
Yeah, and it did. It wrecked the doggone thing. But just in case those stories left a bad taste in your mouth.
Thankfully, there's good news.
To California, where security footage caught a successful escape. Doorbell camera footage was shared online from a neighborhood outside of Los Angeles and features a local cat in a bit of a pickle as it attempts to fend off a coyote that has it in its sights. The situation has a good chance that it would not end well for the cat, but our girl kept her fighting spirit alive. The video shows the cat taking multiple swipes at the coyote as it approaches, fending it off to a position where the cat is able to dart away and up a tree to safety. Her owner says that she's always been feisty and has gotten herself into fights before, so she's not surprised by the outcome. She does mention that they lost another cat to a coyote attack last year.
Oh.
So they've been giving her plenty of extra attention for her trouble. Take your doggone cat inside.
Maybe have an indoor cat if you got coyotes.
You lost one that you knew you lost to a freaking coyote attack. You still let your cat out there. Gets attacked at this point. Glad the cat made it out okay. Still attacked by a coyote.
Yeah, but they got a tougher cat now.
Right? Like, bring your cats inside,
Cats don't care. They'll take on anything.
They will. Bring your cats inside. We don't need cats. This was broad daylight, too.
Oh, yeah.
I thought coyotes came out at night, dude. This thing was out in broad friggin' daylight. So
looks like a bitch to all his coyote friends.
Yeah, no kidding. Got hit by mama, man. Got hit by mama. Men's Room Sports, round 2 of playoff basketball is on NBC and Peacock, and round 2 of playoff hockey is over on ESPN. You've also got some baseball currently underway over on FS1. After getting swept by the Royals on Randy Johnson's retirement weekend over the weekend, the Mariners look to bounce back quick as they host the Atlanta Braves for 3 starting tonight. Over on Mariners TV, the first pitch is going to be at 6:40. We can't do this. We got to bounce back, guys. The Royals. It's the friggin' Royals.
Yep.
They shouldn't have gotten that close. Friggin' A. Anyway, as far as your weather, We're getting into the good stuff. Should be a lovely, partly cloudy evening with a low of 52 tonight. Tomorrow, we are looking at partly cloudy skies with a high right around 74. That is it for your headlines. With that, Mike Hawk is out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bands either got worse or better with the loss of a member coming up tomorrow on Sit and Spin. Lovely Jolene's coming up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network. Oh, man! A Double Flush production.